It's on. It's on. Okay. Okay.
All right, everyone, let's talk hiring, the good, the bad, and how to make it way better. Our first speaker knows the ins and outs of recruiting in open source with over a decade of experience helping companies find and keep top talent. She's all about making the hiring process smoother, clearer, and more candidate-friendly, even when resources are tight. If you want to attract great people and keep them coming back, this is the talk for you. Give it up for Mary Kiprios with Candidate Experience Done Right, Practical Strategies for Open Source Hiring Teams.
Excited. Well, thank you. I'm super excited to be here and very nervous at the same time. It's been a long time since I've done a talk. But I'm really excited to share my thoughts on a subject I'm particularly passionate about, which is candidate experience. Because whether positive or negative, it can really have a tangible impact on a company's reputation and future ability to hire. And I think with some planning and a little bit of automation, it is very possible to ensure an overall positive candidate experience. A lot of what you're gonna learn about me today directly correlates to how I can manage dozens and dozens of candidates at one time in various stages. And it's things I've learned over the years or I've learned from other recruiters. And these are strategies that have definitely helped me take candidate experience to really high numbers, right? Admittedly, I have not always worked at companies that tracked candidate experience via surveys, but when we have, using these strategies has shown a consistent and clear advantage. At one company, I was able to improve candidate experience scores drastically within the matter of a month or two, and at another company, we maintained high candidate experience scores over multiple recruiters, every department, every team. But to me, I think the most telling number on a candidate survey score is the non-hired number, right? Where while there is a natural tendency towards disappointment, when someone is not hired, it doesn't have to change their overall impression of the company, whether they'd apply again. You're also going to discover I really like beavers, which is good since I work at DBeaver, so I had a little fun. So what are the tangible results of a consistently positive candidate experience? Because they very much do exist. The biggest one, especially for open source companies, is attracting talent. In my opinion, open source companies should already be at a huge advantage heading into any candidate experience because it's such a unique community built on collaboration, support, communication, and a shared love of the work. And realistically, if someone already loves your technology, your product, is a user, is a contributor, they're already positively inclined to wanting to be there, assuming things like salary and other things like that work out. And I wish I could quantify the number of candidates, who apply or reach out to me because they love the open source and they want to work there. And that drive and energy is great. You already have a warm candidate, and at that point, all you have to do is continue to build on the positive feelings they already have about you. So I'm just curious, by a show of hands, how many people in this room would reapply to a candidate where they felt they had a poor interview experience? How many would reapply if they felt respected during the interview process? Exactly, right? So, while it might not be the largest source of your hires, when candidates feel respected in the interview process, they feel like it's a place they want to work, they'll typically stay engaged with you, whether that's keeping in touch with the recruiter or hiring manager, or even keeping track of openings. And I've absolutely hired candidates who we maybe didn't move forward with for one reason or another, who kind of stayed in touch and who we did hire later. Like sometimes it's just kind of timing, right? But if they had a negative experience, would they stay in touch? Maybe, maybe not, right? Another tangible aspect of having such a positive candidate experience is the ability to create referrals. And I'm not talking about employee referrals, but I'm talking about candidate and network referrals. I always feel the greatest compliment to myself as a recruiter and to my hiring team is when a candidate we haven't selected to move forward with, passes along referrals, or asks when they can reapply, or asks how they can contribute to the open source, right? All of those things are great, and all of these things really come back to that employer reputation, right? And it can be hard to quantify the impacts of reputation in the short term. You have to be patient, you have to look at long-term outcomes, but you can start seeing, hey, are you seeing a change or an increase in candidate experience surveys? Are you seeing a change in anecdotal evidence from, candidate feedback, from Glassdoor, from built-in? It's really important to start on the right foot, but if you're making an improvement, you do also have to kind of give it time, to see. And I've personally found, and I believe, my hiring managers and interviewers agree that it's worth putting in the time to build a positive experience rather than treating recruiting as a necessary evil that you need to get done with as little amount of time and effort as possible. So I guess I am kind of curious. I would love to hear from one or two people of an aspect of a interview you were a part of that was positive and like what that positive trait was in that kind of interview process. If anyone has ideas, no pressure. Anything? Okay, that's fine. This does lead into, though, as I considered feedbacks I've received from candidates on what they enjoyed about the interview process. The things that stood out were things like transparency, responsiveness, feedback, but far and wide, the biggest factor was communication. And this is so important. And there are two really important parts in recruiting that rely on each other when it comes to an interview process. There is internal alignment with the team, and then there's the candidate communication, candidate experience. You cannot build and ensure a proper candidate experience if you aren't aligned as a team. Now, for that reason, I want to briefly touch on this and about how to build internal alignment, so that recruiting can ensure a positive candidate experience. However, it's really not the subject of this talk, right? It's more candidate experience itself. But I did want to quickly share my kind of best practices, mistakes that happen when you don't, consequences, and kind of the biggest best practice is align in writing and live. You should write down everything you are looking for in the role, how you're going to interview for it. Don't wait to do so. Like, I do understand that there are times where you might have an opportunistic hire, it's not fully aligned, but hard pass on hiring managers who want to figure out the interview process as they go. No, thank you. Like, it causes so many problems, right? And some of those consequences are things like, I once discovered during a candidate debrief that, someone on the team had no idea what the candidate was supposed to be doing, and they just interviewed this person. Like, I also discovered on another debrief that an interviewer disagreed with the level of coding required for the role. They had been interviewing for that role for months. Like, what does that say about the feedback they shared about past candidates, right? I also discovered during a debrief that an interviewer had been using senior level coding questions for SDE2s. Like, no wonder he was saying no on everyone. Like, it's so important to both document and align as a team in meetings. And when you document it versus relying on memory, it doesn't matter how long the search goes on. Interviewers can refresh as they have new interviews. And honestly, if you hire the role and you need to hire another one 6 months later, you already have all that documentation from the previous search where you can just go through, update for any changes, train new interviewers, and it takes so much less time to get started. I'm a big fan of documentation, FYI. Now, once the internal team is aligned, everyone knows their job, what they're covering in their interviews, how the process is going to go. The next step as a recruiter or hiring manager, if you're functioning as your own recruiter, is to consider how you want to tell the story to the candidate. Think about not only how you want to talk about the company or the role, but also consider what you can share that is not only valuable to candidates, but perhaps reduces your load, builds on their knowledge as they go through the process, versus information overload all at once. And that's really important to me, and I encourage you all to think about, you're gonna have a lot of touch points with candidates as they go through the process, which means you can really build on their knowledge as they go deep in their knowledge as they go through the process. To keep them engaged, to make sure that they're getting their questions answered. Well, let's get into the meat of building a positive candidate experience. To me, the easiest way to do this, or to start with, maybe not easiest, is building out awesome candidate interview prep. Here's the thing, when it comes to communication, I think this is really what candidates want to know. What to expect, how to prepare. I generally find that sharing some information with candidates is better than nothing. Nothing leaves this huge blank in their mind. It leads to a lot of anxiety that I think is very unnecessary. And nervous candidates aren't shining. They're not showing their true skills during an interview. And it can impact an interviewer's impression too. The feedback can be, hey, the candidate was super nervous. I know they were super nervous, but it was really hard to get a feel for who they were because they were so nervous, right? So to me, sharing something, even something basic, gives candidates an avenue to focus and a little bit of takes away some of that anxiety, right, and nerves. And I think often the pushback I tend to receive on kind of building out candidate interview prep is, well, we don't want to give them the answers. Well, I'm not suggesting we go that far, right? At no point do I think you have to. However, I also believe that sharing more focused topics, even sharing the limits of what will be discussed, doesn't mean a candidate has a leg up. There are also so many factors that go into it, and looking at the depth of a candidate's knowledge, where are they strong, where are the limits of their knowledge, how deep can they go, because of those things that are a natural part of interview, it's just never been a huge concern. But I do want to share examples. I mean, I did share my kind of hey, here's what I do at a bare minimum. I actually do the best, or the better and then the best. I don't actually do bare minimum, but I do think there's a bare minimum you should be providing. But I brought a couple examples. I wish I could have come up with better ones, but I don't have examples for everything. It just depends. But I do want to share kind of two different examples I recently created at DeBeaver. And admittedly, when it comes to the standard interview type, a conversational interview versus a skills interview, I do think it's okay to keep it more general, okay to keep it more simple and give them direction on what to expect. Because a lot of these times, these interviews can be open conversations. And while I do think it's important to have a plan and to have some, at least a few questions planned to ask every candidate so that you're assessing them consistently, I still like to leave interviewers flexibility to flow with the conversation, like within those boundaries. I feel like when it becomes a checkmark list, it becomes very awkward, very stilted conversations, and I don't think that really showcases your culture either. However, even like going beyond these paragraphs, you'll kind of notice, especially in the second example, additional information about who the person is, what their background is, aka LinkedIn. If they don't have a LinkedIn, I usually share a little bit. How that candidate could be working with the interviewer post-hire. Are they the manager, peer, cross-functional partner? Is it the same team, same department, different team? All of that actually provides a fair amount of context for them in terms of questions they might expect, and also thinking about how they want to organize in their head how to describe their experience to that person, right? How you describe it to a manager might be different than a peer. It's also going to help them formulate what kind of questions do I want to ask the person myself. So it doesn't have to be fancy, but hopefully you can kind of see the difference that, like, the second example helps a little bit in really kind of just giving them, hey, these are kind of the topics you can expect. Now, preparing candidates for more practical interviews, and by that I mean beyond the standard conversation, so, presentations, coding interviews, whiteboarding sessions, role plays. These are the highest stress interviews for candidates, and also a time for companies to really see candidates in action. So if you're asking, I fully believe if you're asking candidates to prepare something beyond a standard conversation, you need to understand they're using personal time to do so, then you should kind of respect that by giving them detailed instructions on how to prepare, what to expect, because we want candidates to shine. Right? Unfortunately, I can't share my full examples here because they're literally like 1 to 2 pages long. So it just wouldn't work in this format. But you can kind of see like how deep I go, into the different areas. In terms of building a role play, you could see a little bit about like, hey, here's what you need to kind of do for the role play. Here's what you need to prepare for the presentation. When we had built out coding interview guidelines at Temporal, we even went into, hey, you need to, for the concurrency interview, understand like these topics, but we're not going to go into these advanced topics. And that's 2 sentences, maybe 3. It's not a lot, but again, it gives people focus. The other thing I do with these interviews that I think can make a really big difference is I always talk to candidates and do an interview prep meeting before anything involving a lot of work like this. Simply because, and what I do is I share the written information ahead of time. I ask them to review it before the meeting so that they can come in and ask questions. If they've reviewed it ahead of time, this could be 10, 15 minutes tops. But then they're able to ask those questions about, hey, what about this? What about that? I also am able to highlight, things I really want to call out, or maybe that weren't in the written instructions. It's really important to just give them that time to make sure they're well prepared and they seem to appreciate it. And if they have questions during that prep session that I don't know the answer to, I'm going to ask the team and get back to them once I find out. And if it's a particularly relevant question, I might add it to the interview prep document after that. And that's how you kind of keep building and building on it until you get this awesome, monstrous thing. But the good kind of monster. Before we move on, I want to quickly emphasize how important it is for recruiters working on the same roles or within the same department to be prepping candidates the same way. You do not want candidate outcome to depend on how good a recruiter is, how much time they spend with someone. In my last recruiting team, we had 3 recruiters and 1 sourcer all working on the same roles. So we ended up over time realizing, we built out a shared email and interview prep that went out to candidates, regardless of the recruiter. We had a team where we aligned together on, hey, what are we telling candidates live? How are we answering specific questions to make sure we were kind of doing it in the same way? And then we built out entire internal engineering interviewer hiring guidelines, for all the different interviews, example questions, leveling guides. We really prioritized putting the work in to ensure we had that documentation, process communication for both that present time, but also in case we needed to scale. So we aligned internally, we decided how to prep candidates, we built out those interview prep documents. This is sort of the fun part, right, of starting to add in like high-touch methods to stand out, different ways to personalize things, and then you'll see like what I get in return is that, because I think even little things really stand out to candidates. What they want is that transparency, responsiveness, respect. Simple things like touching base with them each week if you don't have an update actually go a long way in making them feel like they're not being ghosted. I apologize a lot too when I'm delayed in sending them something, or hey, I was out sick, so-and-so was on vacation, sorry, I didn't realize it. I think that creates a lot of empathy and shows an empathetic culture when you do things that way. I love sending good luck emails. I actually schedule them ahead of time, mainly because it lets them know you're thinking about them, but also because it's kind of a reminder to them, hey, you have an interview tomorrow. Like, if you forgot, this is your reminder. And sometimes they respond back where they're like, oh, I forgot to put that on the calendar. Can we change it? So then I just prevented a last minute, why did an interviewer or candidate not show up, right? I also like to send how did it go emails after. Usually I try to set expectations on when I could hear back. Sometimes that doesn't work very well. But it also is kind of an opportunity to ask them, hey, what's your initial thoughts? What went well, what didn't? It gives them the time to share initial feedback as well. And there's so many little touch points you can easily employ, right? Especially with a little bit of automation, and we'll get there, that I think do really help kind of show respect, transparency. And again, ensure candidates that even if you are delayed a few days in emailing them, they don't think you're ghosting them because they're used to you being communicative. I also find that when you do it, they tend to show transparency and respect in return. I do think it's important to find ways to share information outside of traditional calls. We touched on this briefly at the beginning of the talk, but we live in a world where we have lots of different ways to communicate and many options for creating high-touch communication. It doesn't always have to be a live chat anymore, right? It can be email, it can be prepared documents. There are so many ways to build on a candidate's knowledge. But honestly, this is something that comes with time. This is not the most important thing to me to develop in the beginning and put into practice immediately, simply because I think interview process documents, prep documents, day-to-day emails that increase efficiency, templates, those are much more important to start with because they can ensure consistency in both interview evaluations and in candidate preparation. So those should always come first. And then after that, it's time to look at how can you create efficiencies in the process, to build on candidate knowledge. So I'm kind of curious, when you're talking to a recruiter for the first time, by a show of hands, how many of you ask the following if it's not immediately available information? What's the company size, team size, structure of the company? A lot of people. Tech stack? Anyone? Yeah. Company funding round, stability if it's a startup. You see a lot of nods, yeah. Company values, culture. Yeah. Salary range, comp details. Yeah. A fair amount of these questions are easily predictable, right? So how do we use that knowledge to our advantage? At one company, and this is something I'm starting to build out now at Beaver, but at my last company, we had built out a kind of informed communication campaign that progressively built a candidate's knowledge as they went on. So even before a recruiter call, when they scheduled a call with me, regardless of where they came from, I would send them a one-pager on what the company does, the company history, the funding round, company size. I would send them another one-pager that explained our leveling guide compared to other standard tech companies. Levels.com was awesome for that, or levels.fyi, whichever one. I had a one-pager explaining what each engineering team did, their size, the product they worked on, the tech stack, what kind of work they loved to do on that team, which of those teams were hiring, And usually I included the benefits just to get ahead of that too. So like, but I had, candidates, I think it's I don't expect candidates to come to a first call having researched the company on their own, but certainly if I send you 3 pages of curated information, that will take 4 minutes to review, it was very nice because we could get those very basic questions out of the way and spend our half an hour going deeper into what the teams look for, going deeper into the candidates' questions, right? Than kind of like that very high level basic stuff. Post-recruiter call, I always send an email. I have a template for this. I've been doing it for years, where I follow up with them. Like right now, I have specific links to learn more about dBeaver. It's usually a mix of mediums. Usually there's a video. Usually there's a customer story. There might be an employee story from their team. Like usually something product related, but geared toward their role. I send the job description, even if they've already seen it. And I send a summary of the interview process that we had discussed, just so they have everything in one place, right? Depending on what's built out, like when I was hiring engineering, we did actually include the interview prep documents for the coding interviews and the design interviews, mainly because if we were so strict on concurrency coding, like I wanted candidates to opt out if they felt like it was going to be too much for them kind of before we got there, right? During each interview step, we would, provide, again, each would provide an email with what to expect with each interview, and then with the final interview prep, like for the final interview, in that prep call, I would always do a double check on final deal breakers, resharing company benefits, reconfirming salary. What are your outstanding questions that you haven't gotten answered in the past 4 hours, that kind of thing. So this is where open source can be fun. Admittedly, and this depends a little bit on what your open source project or product is, depends on how you employ this. But when the opportunity is available, I 100% encourage candidates to try out the open source or the free trial. And take the opportunity to experience the technology and decide whether it's something they want to contribute to, right? And the fact that it's all open source code allows us to do that, but obviously be careful with it. Like, as a recruiter, I probably don't know how to download dBeaver and connect to my databases, but support engineer, sales engineer, software engineer, sure, right? But maybe if it's an open source marketing product, well, that's different. You might have other people, so just be careful who you recommend it to, right? But absolutely, use your open source to your advantage. I typically wait until later, like mid to late stage for this, just because again, I think in the beginning, sometimes they're not yet invested. So this is that point of there's a lot of touch points. How do you build and deepen that kind of investment? Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath before we get to this one, because this is obviously a really big flashpoint at the moment among job seekers, companies, recruiters. Should I provide candidates with feedback? Quite frankly, it might not even be up to the recruiter whether they can or can't. We all obviously know the risks to companies about the legal risks of what might happen. And so some companies just simply don't allow recruiters to do it. Right? Since I've always worked at smaller companies, we've never really had a policy for it. So I'm just going to go through what I tend to do over the years. And some of what I do does depend a little bit on the scale at which I'm working. Obviously I have a lot more flexibility to put time into candidate feedback when I have 10 candidates versus 50, right? But I do always try to share feedback whenever possible with candidates within reason. We'll talk about shortly how I do that while maintaining everything. But I will also admit on the kind of the risk side, there have been times over the years, and even in this last year, where I question how much good versus harm I'm doing. And frankly, to the candidate and to my own mental health, because I definitely have candidates kind of argue with me or send very mean-spirited emails to me or just kind of mentally unload on me their frustrations with the job market. And I totally get it, but at the same time, The recruiter's not the one making the decision. We're just trying to be helpful, hopefully, right? So there are times I go back and forth on this, but I haven't given it up yet, so. But I do think, like we discussed earlier, there are tangible impacts, on creating a positive candidate experience here. And I do find that there are times, not always, where one of those things is the ability to giving feedback is having the opportunity to receive anecdotal feedback in return. And that can lead to improvements in the process. It can identify training opportunities, either needed for a specific interviewer or the team. Like, there is a lot of good that can come out of it if a candidate gives you honest feedback in return. So, like, for example, but you also have to be careful at the same time to, like, you don't necessarily act on feedback just because you get it from one candidate. You kind of have to consider, is it valid feedback? Could this have just been a one-off, like an interviewer had a bad day, or they didn't like mesh well with the candidate? So sometimes it's more tracking like themes to see if they come up, a few times. But definitely, like, one time I had a candidate give me feedback that they wished we had offered them a live coding interview instead of a take-home, which we did. We always gave candidates the choice, but I was certainly like, so there was nothing to do with that feedback, and I wasn't gonna remind them of that because that wouldn't have, helped at all. But so you do have to kind of like see where it's going, right? But I also have definitely had times where it was really helpful, because after I share feedback with the candidate, I encourage them, hey, do you have any feedback for me on our interview process, like how we can improve? Interviewing is this live monster, like we're always trying to get better too. Sometimes they don't, sometimes they just have positive experience, sometimes they do share situations that I don't know if they would be comfortable putting into like a survey. Like, we did identify one time that an interviewer, their like camera setup was a little bit weird. They had the camera on the laptop and then looked at the big monitor, and a candidate felt like they were not engaged in the interview, that they were working on something else. And this happened a couple times. And I finally went to the hiring manager, and the hiring manager was like, oh yeah, that's just his office setup. We'll talk to him to let him know. The easy solution there, tell the candidate, hey, I have this big monitor here. Here's where I'm monitoring CoderPad with you. My camera's over here. Just know that's my office setup, right? Easy solution. I had another candidate once where they were telling me that the interviewer was completely silent the whole interview. This was like a coding interview maybe, or design, I'm not sure. And came to the interviewer, was like, hey, and it was bad. Like, the interviewer, like, candidate, like, canceled the rest of their interviews. They took it as like, this person was being very disrespectful. Again, they weren't engaged. Like, I'm done. So go back to the interviewer, hey, we kind of got this feedback, what's going on? They were like, well, it's a senior staff interview. I expect them to be able to kind of like work independently and on their own. I'm like, okay, well, I can kind of see your point there. However, one, the point of the interview is to see how they collaborate, how they work with others, how they deal with changes. If you kind of throw in a like, what if we use this tool or not? So we're not really assessing them for the things we want if you're not engaging with them. And second, if you want to go that direction, again, just mention in the beginning of the interview, hey, I'm kind of assuming that you're going to tap me in when you have questions or you get to a spot where you're not sure how to proceed. Otherwise, I'm kind of going to like let you do it, and I'm just going to be watching the good or bad, right? Simple solution to just tell them, here's what to expect in the interview. But all of these things I gained through anecdotal evidence after I had already gained a fair amount of trust with the candidate, right? So you can't actually find things that work really well. So here is my approach to candidate feedback at the different stages. And it does change. And again, sometimes it'll change a little bit depending on how much time I have. But at the application stage, I always have an automated thanks for applying email, right? And I know as much as candidates want to understand why they weren't chosen to move forward in an interview after an application, admittedly, it's impossible to provide individualized feedback at this stage, just because of the scale of applications. Like, it's actually been kind of refreshing at DBeaver because we don't advertise our roles. So, you know, the amount of applicants that we get in is very low. So I actually am able to provide, I do have a template where I add a little bit of personalization. But that's because we get a few a week and I can keep up with it. You know, at past companies, if I posted an SD2 role, I could have 400 applicants in 3 days. It's like, it takes so long to just get through those resumes and review them. If you had to then individualize something for everyone, that would be hard. But I do have a template, a very nice, pleasant, respectful template. We aren't moving forward. But I see this as a flashpoint sometimes, and it's just, the scale is too hard to manage individualized feedback. For the recruiter screen, like after my calls with them, if we decide not to move forward, typically, I have a base email template, and then I typically like to at least provide them with a piece of positive feedback, and then usually the fact that we've decided to move forward, you know, with other candidates. If I'm able to, or if it's obvious, again, kind of depends on the scale for that week, I might provide a small piece of broad feedback, you know, on why we made that decision. When it comes to first manager calls, I kind of do similar as the recruiter call. Again, it kind of depends. Usually I try to share, hey, this is something really positive that we like, but we've decided to move forward. When it comes to practical interviews that we've talked about, things where they have prepared, I usually do kind of send out, well, again, it depends on the scale. If it's really high scale, because I got to a point in one job where I would give feedback at this stage, live feedback, and it got to a point where I just couldn't maintain it because I was in so many like feedback calls a week. So I might try like to send them kind of my basic one, and then if they ask a question in return, I'll get on the phone with them. But if I have the time, I will usually offer to discuss feedback with them at this stage. But the big one is post-loop or final interview. I always give the option here. So I always start with a very respectful email template letting them know that we passed. And frankly, I do it this way because I include an optional Calendly link that they can use to schedule time on my calendar to discuss the feedback, because I don't like to discuss feedback with candidates without preparing ahead of time. So I usually reread all the feedback from all the interviews, maybe go back to their resume if necessary, and develop a few bullet points of, hey, this is what went really well. This is where, you know, there could have been improvements. And I usually couch that very carefully because, and this is where sometimes I wonder, is it harmful, is it good? Because things that my company might care about, another company might not. So even when I'm talking about, hey, you stayed too high level, you know, I also say, but at another company, that might be fine. Again, I'm just, you know, you put in a lot of time and effort, hours. I want to be respectful and kind of share our thoughts. And this is where I get feedback in return, right? And then I ask them. But it's actually quite interesting because I would say a year ago, 90% of candidates would schedule time with me. And this past year, maybe 50%. I don't know if it's just before I was working solely on software engineering, and now it's more of a mix. Maybe software engineers really want to know. Maybe salespeople don't. I'm not sure if there was a change in the market there, but again, like I absolutely do not put feedback in email, just because I think I also want to get that feedback in return, and I also don't want to play phone tag with them, and I don't want them to want to force them into it by playing phone tag with them. So if they do not want feedback, if they don't want to discuss it, they don't have to schedule a time on my calendar. That's fine. Sometimes they want to move on. It's up to them. In retrospect, when I submitted this talk proposal, I definitely should have narrowed down to 2 topics instead of 3. So I had a whole third topic in my head about different internal policies, HR processes that can impact candidate experience. We're not going to go through it. So instead of getting into my recommendations or stories here, I'm simply going to leave you with some thought prompts, whether this is, can you or your recruiter explain leveling, how it works, why they were leveled a certain way, what they need to do to get promoted? Can you explain the promotion and review, performance review process? Like, what is it about? Again, how does it work? How often does it come? Can you explain how onboarding works? What resources are available to them? Can you explain how raises work? Can you explain how stock works? Like, thought prompts. If you can't do this, or if you think your recruiter can't, I would start thinking about it. Like, because I have had candidates decline offers when we couldn't share more specific information about these things. When we couldn't tell them, hey, why did you get leveled as an SDE2 instead of a senior? And if the hiring manager couldn't explain how they were going to get them to that next level. Now, for the last couple minutes, you've already heard me talk about a lot of these things here and there as I went through. Like I said, I am a big believer in getting as close to one-click processes as possible, because there's a lot going on at different stages with, again, dozens and dozens of candidates at a time. So over time, I've developed different ways that work for me. Now, the thing here is, I use an applicant tracking system for this. You can certainly use different tools outside of that if you don't have access to one, if your company doesn't use one, or if you just don't have permissions as a hiring manager. As we discussed, I love email templates. I think you guys figured that out, right? Like, I really love email templates. I literally have one for everything. I probably have 30 email templates in my applicant tracking system. We talked about, I have an email template for the first call with me, an email template for after my call. I actually have 3 sub-email templates for this. I have one for if we're moving forward with the candidate, one for if I need to connect with the team, and one for if I want to move forward with the candidate, but they want to think about it and get back to me. So literally, I don't even have to change that sentence, at all. I have email templates, for each stage of the interview process that are slightly different, again, that kind of build depending on how much effort they put into it. I have email availability templates for each stage with information on what to expect. I have email confirmation templates with the same information on what to expect. My whole goal with email templates is to go into a system, pick the email I need, click send, all in under a minute, in between meetings. And again, you can do this on your applicant tracking system. You can create email templates on Gmail, Outlook. You can use a tool like Text Expander. One of my colleagues just had it all in a Word doc, and he would copy and paste it over. Lots of different ways. While there is definitely a risk involved in letting candidates schedule whatever time they want on your calendar, I do like automated scheduling. And again, like different ATSs offer this. I tend to use Calendly just because I like being able to have a different Calendly link for if it's European candidates that offer earlier times. But like if you're in the US, I'm not waking up before 9 a.m. to talk to you. But if you're in Europe, sure. So more times there. I have Calendly template for that 15-minute feedback call, for that 20-minute prep call. There are auto tasks in some applicant tracking systems where you can set it up so an email goes out when you move stages for candidates. They're very helpful. I don't use them, mainly because I'm afraid I'm going to click them to the wrong stage. They're going to get an email they weren't supposed to get, and then I have a lot of explaining to do. So I don't typically use them, but I have people that do. Finally, if you don't have an applicant tracking system, there's lots of different tools you can use to keep track of where people are at in the process. And again, one-pagers are my favorite things in the world, minus email templates. So I do want to quickly say thank you for SCaLE, for having me, all the volunteers who make this happen, the AV staff, Raise Me for sponsoring the Open Source Career Day, and DBeaver for encouraging me to give this talk, because I don't know if I would have otherwise, to be honest, because I'm terrified of public speaking, but I am very open to questions at this point if you have any.
Oh, sure. Hi. First, just want to say thank you. This is, from the other side of the equation, this is really a breath of fresh air. and I would love to be a candidate in your process, and I hope more people would adopt these practices. Just curious, from, and maybe this is more something specific to Deep Beaver or in general, how do you design, or what are your thoughts on when you do turn down a candidate? How do you have a hard policy on when they can reapply, or more of like, maybe they've reached a milestone and you want to kind of, with more of a high-touch approach, learn what they've done with a project or a contribution? Just curious of your thoughts in that sort of process.
I didn't catch the second part of that, but I did catch the first. And it depends on the company. Some companies do have, whether informal or formal, timelines on, hey, we do like a 6-month break or a year break. Usually I probably do informal of a few months, just because if they're not a fit for this role right now, then I don't want to like lead them on. They might be a fit in the future, for sure, and we could have another role that pops up in 2 months that is a better fit, because sometimes like one of the people that, it was an engineer that I hired a couple of years ago who wasn't a fit at first, because what we needed in that project was a little bit more cloud-based, but the hiring manager was like, the moment we need a second person, this is them. And I was able to we decided to share that with them, and literally like 2 months later, we unexpectedly had that second position open up, and we called him and we filled the role. So I'm not a big fan of hard and fast rules, but companies do have them. There's nothing wrong with them. Yeah.
Mine's not a question, it's to comment. I wish more recruiters were like you. I've been watching people get ghosted lately, and your thank you emails and your follow-up emails I think are great, and I wish more recruiters did it.
Well, I appreciate it. I'm not perfect, to be honest. Sometimes I miss things, but.
Hi, Mary, it's Krista. Nice to see you again. I don't have a question either. I just wanted to say that I have experienced you as a recruiter from the other side, and going through that experience it's scary always going through an experience like being recruited. But you made it so easy, and everything you said here is really how it felt from the other side. I appreciated all of the communication. I appreciated your care. It was evident. And I never once felt like what happened with the end result had anything to do with you. It was just finding the right match for the right position, right? So I just really appreciated it, and I just wanted to encourage you. You did a great job, and I know that you were excited to do this talk today. And I just affirm you in all of it and everything that you're doing.
Thank you. That's very nice. Yeah, Krista and we were talking about it while we were applying, and I was like, I don't know if will be excited if they accept me or not, because I'm so afraid of public speaking, but we'll see what happens. I don't know. So, anything else?
When you're dealing with the feedback conversation around candidates who've been rejected at the manager/technical practicum stage, and the candidate, you're dealing with candidates who have like a long CV. They have a history, and they get rejected around for technical and experience reasons. How do you handle measuring that conversation? Because that's like a very difficult conversation to manage, I find. And there's like a lot of like you said, specific wrinkles, but how do you handle protecting their feelings about their accomplishments, if that makes sense?
Yeah, that's why I always like to give balanced feedback. Because I always bring positives. It's never about just negatives. I don't like to use the word even negatives. Sometimes I'll call them areas where it could have gone a little bit better, right? Or improvement, because again, in another company, those things might not have been an issue, and I don't want to throw people off. It's actually a lot easier with technical interviews than it is with sales or something, which is a little bit more, it's not necessarily personality based, but it's more anecdotal. I find it way easier with technical interviews because you're usually all able to come back with, hey, they were just kind of looking for like a little bit of a deeper discussion around different tools that you could have employed here, or what were the advantages or disadvantages of those different tools, like what were the trade-offs. So usually I can come back with technical interviews with a little bit more like specifics around, hey, like they thought your concurrency coding interview was like, you did a great, you know, I'm trying to like come back up with all the terms again, and like you were great with like mutexes and like, you know, semaphores. Are there semaphores? I don't remember. But you know, they were like, for this level role, we look for kind of deeper knowledge around fill in the blank. I can't think of any more concurrency terms. It's been like a year and a half. So usually it's more like kind of like depth of kind of answers, and sometimes that can go well. And like I said, sometimes people disagree. And they're like, well, I think I still like understand this better. And sometimes I have to just be like, look, I wasn't obviously in the interview. I'm not an engineer. Like I'm just kind of offering this if you wanted it to try. And I don't struggle with it too much simply, well, I do struggle with giving the feedback. It's very awkward and very emotional, but I think people deserve it. But usually I can bring out, like I focus very much on constructive things, not intangibles like you talk too much. You know, so I usually try to bring it back. Usually people feel like it's fair. I often have people come back to me and they'll be like, you know, that's fair. I really didn't get into that. I really don't know how to do that. So usually people are pretty self-reflective and honest about what they're good at most of the time. Cool. Well, I think we are all done, but don't forget to check out all the cool things going on at Open Source Career Day, and I will be in the back if anyone else has questions, or you can find me at the DBeaver booth in the expo hall later too.
All right, everyone, let's give it up for Mary Kiprios. I don't know about you, but I learned a lot. Over-communicate, standardize the hiring process, get the hiring team aligned, and the good luck email, I love that. So for those of you who are here, coming up in 10 minutes, our next speaker is going to be Amy Merrick from 11 to 11:50. That's going to be why you should join a community. That is coming up in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, also in 10 minutes, Nish Raina from Raina Photo is going to be doing free headshots outside and to the left. So just a quick reminder, it's a fantastic opportunity to update your LinkedIn profile or your personal branding. The photo booth is going to be open from 11 to 12:30, and then again from 1 to 3. So feel free to wear whatever makes you feel professional, be it business casual, formal, or your favorite tech t-shirt. Restrooms are nearby for any touch-ups you need to do, and to avoid glare, I would consider skipping the glasses.
do any of that. Maybe I can help you with this.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sure the next speaker will appreciate it.
If we have time in between. I mean, I don't know if that's an instruction that's a holdover from early COVID days. Yeah. Like the first recording from COVID.
No, I mean, it's a good idea to me, honestly. Probably even use a microphone too. All right, everyone. Our next speaker is Amy Marish, a true open source champion. By day, she's a principal technical marketing manager at Red Hat. Beyond that, she wears many other hats: chair of the CentOS project, vice chair of the Open Infrastructure Foundation Board, and active contributor to several community projects. Amy's here to share why joining a community isn't just beneficial, it's essential. She'll also touch on how mentoring and onboarding new members help communities thrive. By the end of her talk, you'll see just how much your involvement matters and how you can contribute to community growth. So let's give a warm welcome to Amy Marish with her talk, Why You Should Join a Community.
Is it working now? Okay, here we go. So yeah, so this is normally a lightning talk. It was originally submitted in the open info track, and Brenna pulled it out for y'all. So we will be interactive. We will have plenty of time for questions and answers. If I don't cover anything, please feel free to grab me outside. I believe I'm helping with resumes or possibly interviews. If not, you can find me at the Red Hat booth, the Fedora booth, or maybe sliding over to the open info booth because we've got 3 booths here. All right, so my name is Amy Marish. Yes, I still am on IRC, though it is now bridged to Matrix. That's because that's where the open infra community is. We are on OFTC. I know I should update it to say X. I'm not really there all that often anymore, but I am Spots with 2 Z's and an underscore. On GitHub, I am Spots, which is where I normally put any previous talks. I'll put the slides up as PDFs and things like that. I also have Spots with 2 Z's over there. That's more work related. And that is my email address should you need to get to me. They have a really weird place for this. Okay, so what we're going to go over, roles and communities. Just so you know, all communities do not have the same roles. Sometimes it's based on the size of the community, as we'll go over that, but it's also like who's contributing into the community. We're going to do a walk through history. It's my graphical experience in here. Just showing you how things have changed from the beginning of open source to today. How you can give back. Actually, no. What does being part of a community for me? So what are you going to get out of joining an open source community? And then lastly, how can I give back? So if you are involved in a community, how you can give back. Or if you join one, you get involved, how you can give back to that community. And then we'll have Q&A time. So before I start, how many people are involved in open source already? Okay, so I consider running meetings, attending meetings, documentation, code contributions, you run the infrastructure. And we'll go over some of these things later in the different types of roles. You do graphic work. So anything that gives back to a community is being a contributor. Some communities don't go that broad. Good ones will. Now I do want to, besides the intro that I was given, I just want you all to know I am a graduate of the University of Florida with a degree in animal science in extension education and a master's in extension education. I took a couple computer classes, but that was not my main focus. I was pre-vet. So you do not have to have a technical degree to be involved in open source or to get a job in tech. And I think that's important to point out. So let's go over some of the roles in communities. Now, these are roles that are typically in every community. Your developers, and that can be coding and bug fixes. Yes, open source development really relies on code contributions, operators and other developers providing bug fixes. So yes, if you're running the code and you notice something's wrong and you know how to fix it, we would love the contribution. Reviewing and testing code. I do a lot of reviews. I am a fast reviewer. I can review Python, Ansible, other languages, Markdown, anything. But I don't consider myself a developer. Even though I have Python code within OpenStack in one of the security projects, which I laugh about because I have Python code in Barbican. I've also got some code in Cinder and Nova that is Python, but that is not my forte. But if I can see where the code is going, I can review it, and I can also what I call hacking it. And testing code, again, that goes back to the operators. Or you're running through the documentation. You're testing the code while you're doing that. So giving feedback on that and submitting bugs for that is vitally important. Collaboration and community management and engagement. That's where I shine. I say my superpower is not necessarily knowing the answer, but who you should connect with. I can get you the answer. I know who to talk to. And community engagement is also what we're doing at like the Fedora booth up there. We're talking to you. We're telling you about our project. We're hoping you'll join our project. I had the realization earlier today that we've got a scan up there for getting a Fedora badge. If you're in the Fedora project, you've got an ID, we collect badges. Even if you didn't stop by the booth to talk to anybody, and you're here from the Fedora project, you're gonna go up there and get that badge, that scan, that tells us you're here. You know, that says, hey, we had community members here that maybe we didn't reach out to properly and let them know we were gonna be here, but it helps grow the community. Documentation and tutorials. When you run through that code, is our code good? I mean, are our documents helping you to run that code? Where are we lacking? You're doing a configuration of, say, OpenStack, and you notice something's wrong. We skipped a step. Helping us fix that documentation is very, very important. Tutorials, you know, how to use the software. Sometimes developers don't think about, you know, they're so focused on their use case that they may not do enough of a high level documentation, and tutorials on how to use stuff is vitally important. And one thing I don't have here, actually I'll do it somewhere else. Operators and users. So again, utilizing and testing the software, because you have your very own use cases of how you are using it for yourself or your company, and the developers may not even think of using it that way. Reporting those issues and providing feedback, and the possibility of you putting in a bug because you found it while you were using it. Participating in discussions. If we don't know how you use your software, we cannot develop it to your use. The OpenStack community has something called the Project Teams Gathering, which is basically, it's now virtual versus in person, but those are our working sessions. That's where we get feedback and communication, even between different developers sometimes. Again, I mentioned creating documents and tutorials because you're actually the user, so you might notice things, a configuration switch that is useful for you and you think it's important for the community, so you're going to add it into the documentation or create a tutorial on it. Leadership. Facilitating collaboration. So I'm going to use the OpenStack community as an example. We have individual projects. Compute, for example. In that project, we have different levels of leadership. We have ICs, contributors. We have what we call core reviewers. Think of those as your maintainers. They have the ability to send your patch through. But then we have someone overall in charge of the project called a project team lead. Think of a project manager. In some cases, we have a distributed leadership model where different people in that project take a leadership role and have a function. Setting and communicating a vision, because like I said, you may be the project manager of that project. So you're listening to feedback, you're looking at blueprints, you're looking at specs, and you're helping to decide what can be done in that release cycle, what is feasible for that project, what fits in the overall vision of the software. Nurturing community growth. If you're a leader in the community, you represent that community. So any conversations you have, it could be on board, you know, you could end up onboarding the next great leader in your community, the next great developer, or someone who's going to go back and run your software. And then overall coordination and organization. Conflict resolution and mediation. So if someone's put up a patch, they don't agree with the reviews on it, so you may need to step in and get everybody together and just talk it out and figure out, where the one person's coming from and where the reviewers are coming from and get resolution. And lastly, kind of mentioned it, guiding the technical discussion. So, we go off on tangents in our meetings all the time. So you are going to bring the conversation back and go, okay, we're working on our back, which is basically role security that can be changed so that certain people have different roles based on permissions based on their roles. And you may need to just bring that conversation around and go, okay, this is the aspect of it we can work on this cycle. How should we be working on it? Let's have a discussion. Now, additional roles in some communities, technical writers. Technical writers are worth their weight in gold because we're not all great writers. So documenting project features and functionality. Again, we encourage the developers and the users to do it, but a doc writer is going to spend time and actually make sure everything's in there and it's worded properly and it's clear for people. They manage and maintain that documentation. Creating developer resources, and a lot of the projects do that themselves because they may use, going back to OpenStack, we have something called DevStack, which a lot of the developers develop on. It's a little OpenStack that runs as an all-in-one, and they can configure different projects in it, and they can actually put their code in there and test it manually to see that it's working. And again, supporting community engagement. I mean, everything goes back to supporting community engagement. So infrastructure I mentioned. So a lot of the projects have their own infra. So system administration, keeping the gating systems up and running, doing the maintenance on those, deploying and doing configuration management, make sure that everything runs properly and the same, whether you are in Rackspace or Vex host or OVH. Overseeing the CI/CD, because you live and die by your gating and making sure that your code works. In this case, we're also talking basically GitHub Actions, but at a really large scale. Scalability and performance optimization, because like I said, we're talking using different public cloud hosts to do our CI/CD, so we have to tweak stuff, if we have a feature that we notice is taking too much RAM, we're going to play with the optimization. So when I mentioned earlier when we were talking about, what makes a contributor, and I mentioned graphic artists. OpenStack community is very fortunate. It's underneath the Open Infra Foundation, and they will provide our graphic work. But not everybody's that lucky. Within CentOS, we do have one person in our artwork SIG. He does our logos. He'll help us with branding materials. Sometimes, and this is more of Fedora, there's people who are interested in creating the user interface and improving the user experience. When you have something graphical, you really need it to be user-friendly and make sense for a user. It could mean looking at the user interface and saying, you've got that button on the left, it really should be on the right. Designing the promotional materials that you are bringing to the conferences, and providing visual assets for documentation. The graphic that shows your networking structure, it's really great if someone who knows how to do that is making it for you versus just using ASCII to draw it. Translators. Again, another thing that is worth their weight in gold if you are universal. The ability to get your documentation translated. Local user interfaces, so you put codes into the code itself, which then goes to the translation system, and then even your log messages could be translated. The ability to have your project communications translated. Hey, we're sending out a newsletter. Oh, great, let me go ahead and translate that into Korean. And let's be real, we might attempt to do the translation, but your translation team are the ones who are going to review and fix your translations. Community advocates, again, community engagement and support. The people who go out to the events or speak at meetups, organize the meetups, outreach and promotion. If no one knows your project exists, no one's going to be using it. Building the community, organizing dinners while you're all together, and so on. And then feedback collection and communication, surveys. We love surveys. Why? Because that's the only way sometimes we get any feedback if people aren't providing it through discussion. And promoting diversity and inclusion. And I'm going to still say that in the US right now. So you want a wide range of people in your community because everyone brings something important to the table. Me and my animal science degree looks at something very differently than someone with that engineering degree. And if you ever go to an OpenStack TC meeting, you see us arguing. Because I think of things from the user aspects versus the developers who think of the code. Great example of that is OpenStack was going to move away from named releases because it's a hard process when you have to go through legal. I really, really wanted OpenStack Yoda. I knew it wasn't going to go through. I thought Yeti would. We ended up with Yoga. So there's a whole process to it. So more engineers wanted to go to number releases. So we're technically a number release, but the foundation took over dealing with legal. So we also have a name. Because when you ask someone when they joined the community, I'll tell you my first release was Grizzly. I know the name of my release. I can't tell you what year it was in. So this is my graphical part, the walk through history. So in the beginning, if you build it, and I got my caveman, they will come. So why do I have a duplicate of this? We have more cavemen, I think, coming up. They will come. So we had an extra slide. All right, so here's our users. And let's be real, a lot of the early developers and users were all men. A lot of times I was the only female on a staff, on a crew doing operations. So it's not that they were cavemen, but it was a good example because we're going through the ages. So I don't say that they are cavemen. But then there were more communities, not just a single developer with an open source project. And it wasn't just for developers anymore. So we started, as communities grew, we got different roles. And we had more representation. And where we are today, communities are for everyone. And you can be anywhere. So all right, so what does being part of a community mean for me? It's real world experience. Contributions are examples of your work. It's something you can put on your resume, put your GitHub link, show people what you did. Participation can be referred to as experience. Hey, I've been contributing to this project for a year. You can see my work. I've taken these leadership roles. I've done this. I've done that. Networking. The people you meet are sometimes more important than anything else. So it might be someone who is willing to act as your referral. Because I know Krista's here. Yeah, I've been working with Krista in the Linux community for 5 months. She has organized this, that, and the other thing. She's contributed documentation. Yeah, I would definitely hire her. It's giving you a relationship that can act as a referral. Now, another aspect of it is connections. Like I said, I may not know the answer, but I probably know the person who does, and that also works with jobs. My company's hiring. Your work is great. Why don't you send me my resume? We've got a junior position opening up. Or I was talking to Bob over lunch the other day. He works at XYZ. They've got a positioning open up. I think you'd be a good fit based on what I heard of the position. You know, here's his email, or here's, you know, the HR link. Go and apply. And then individual recruitment. Hey, you're doing great work. We have an internship coming up at Red Hat. You know, here, let me get you the internal link. You know, things like that can help. And like I said, I normally give this as a lightning talk, and we are about on lightning talk speed. Okay, so how can I give back? So what can you do? You can perform reviews. Even if you're not confident to start contributing code, reviews is a great way to earn trust. Open source is about earning trust. And reviews where you give your +1 or your comments of, you know, hey, I noticed this typo, you know, you're building trust within the community. Help grow the community, whether it's providing code, whether it's saying, hey, I joined this really great community. I think you'd enjoy it. Why don't you come contribute as well? Promote diversity and inclusion. I'm going to say that all the time because the more diverse we have, the more thought process we have, the better the code is, the more corner cases we know about, because everyone thinks differently, everyone contributes differently. There are mentoring opportunities available. So sometimes a project has internal project mentoring. It can be one-on-one, or what's become kind of popular lately is cohort mentoring. So it could be 1 or 2 mentors with 3 to 6 mentees. The idea also being with the cohorts is y'all mentor each other. External mentoring programs, and these sometimes are paid. Outreachy. I know currently Outreachy is accepting projects. I do not believe they are in the mentee recruitment stage yet, but don't hold me to that. Check out Outreachy's website. Google Summer of Code and or Docs. Sometimes Docs is run, sometimes it is not. But that's another great opportunity through Google. Different projects participate in that. I know there was a recent announcement, so it may be underway already, but it may be underway already for you to apply your project and not necessarily to become a mentee. So again, if you're interested in something like that, go ahead and check out Google. All right, so questions.
The structure, oh, thank you. Oh, sorry. About the impact of photos within a digital community. So I've noticed that there are some places that require photos to be part of it or heavily suggest it, and some folks want to have photos included, some people don't. Do you have a recommendation on an ideal strategy that would draw folks in who do want to have their picture on there, who don't want to have their picture on there, and how to help them feel safe?
Okay, so I'll go back to the dark ages. My user ID, as I mentioned on IRC, is spots. If you did not know me, you didn't know if I was male or female, and I was just accepted in the community for who I was. Even went to dinner one night with a coworker from Rackspace who looked over at me and said, Spots, I'm working on the list of people for the meal. What's your real name? We'd been working together for over a year. So sometimes anonymity works to your advantage because as someone who is a minority or a female, it allows you to be taken at face value, which oddly, as we're talking pictures. So in OpenStack, it would be totally optional whether you want your picture up there or not. For the longest time, I did not have a picture up on LinkedIn. In our internal IRC, I have one of my dogs dock diving. So it's all your comfort level. And I think it should be optional, and it should be your choice. He's bringing the mic up. It's also weird not to be like roaming
Sorry,
around.
making you run. First, thanks for the topics and your story, and it's inspiring, and I've been a user of Fedora Linux for a long time. I haven't, and I need to go to the booth. I'll have to sneak out there and get those badges, or the badge. I've kind of just been a lurker. I'm curious, like with OpenStack, what was your story? How did you get involved? Were you a user? Were you an administrator? Was that your path to Red Hat? I'm just curious how this all
It kind of was. So I'll go over if we talked about resumes earlier. My resume is like 10 pages long. I like to say that I've been involved in OpenStack since before it was cool. So I don't date myself, but it's been a while. So I worked at a company called AlertSite, which did monitoring. And we decided we wanted to run an OpenStack cloud on Grizzly. That was the current version. There was no documentation. It was very, very painful. But from that experience, I was hired by Rackspace. I was brought into an internal support team. I was bored. I was doing some of the, I'll say the system administration operations for the Barbican project folks. And they're like, well, Amy, if you're bored, we could use this help with the translations, tagging. So when I was bored, which I often am, my mind runs constantly, I got involved as a contributor. I started going to the Women of OpenStack. And I just went to an imposter syndrome talk from Major Hayden, if anyone's ever heard of him. He's one of the greatest people on the face of the planet if you've never met Major. But if someone who had a badge sticker at Rackspace and his picture on the wall was talking about imposter syndrome and the need to step up, I realized that if I did not step up to start talking and taking leadership roles, there was not going to be a female in the room. And OpenStack is, like I said, Women of OpenStack was an org at the time. It's now the Diversity and Inclusion Working Group. But so that was a project that was very welcoming and inclusive. But I realized that if I didn't start going and giving talks, there wasn't going to be females on the stage. So through that, I ended up, when I left Rackspace, I went to teach OpenStack. And I just kept taking more and more leadership roles in the community. I was chair of the user group because I came from an operator background. And then joined the TC, got on the board. When I was elected to the board, I was not working for a company and using OpenStack. I had decided that I wanted community manager on my resume, so I went to work for an open source company in Luxembourg, remotely. I did not move to Luxembourg. But that's another thing. If you see a job position in another country or somewhere, contact them. See if they're remote friendly. And a lot of open source companies are, especially smaller ones. As far as a developer, I started watching things on channels, then doing reviews, then running a meeting, and then became a core reviewer. So if you're willing to do the work, you have paths forward. Yeah, Fedora is a great community for contributions. Their events, their ability to give travel support to events. Go downstairs and talk to the team. They're all volunteers down there except maybe Sean from the CentOS community.
Our open project has a different policy than what you stated twice. We are welcoming, open, and a great party. Too often, diversity and inclusion has been used as a weapon, and it's neither diverse of thought or inclusive if people don't like you. I'd rather have welcoming, open, regardless of whatever you feel, your ideology, whatever, and a great party.
Yeah, so like I said, I mean, I got involved in it, everyone just knew me as Spots. So I earned the trust based on what I brought to the table. No, but open source is about earning trust, and I know some other communities are harder. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing the work and you're showing, that you're open to feedback and other things, you do earn trust. And if you give good feedback on other people's codes, you earn trust. Question in the back?
All right. Okay. Yeah. We have a project. We have muses. But right now, we just have sort of us two just working on it. So how do we get from a sort of unstructured project with two devs to a full community like we're trying to get to with the full community advocates, graphic artists, et cetera, et cetera?
So you are your community advocates. Do you have a booth downstairs? But it can be. I mean, if one, like, we've got the open info booth, and to be honest, we are, even though we have some of the foundation staff here, we are not manning it like we should. We also ran out of stickers. But the ability for someone to be curious and go, oh, wow. And if you have stickers, even better. Sticker Meal's pretty cheap. There's other sticker meals, but there are options out there to get really inexpensive stickers that you put, out there. But you're starting a conversation by having that table. And SCaLE probably would give you one as a little project. Krista might know a little more about that because Rocky, I don't know the process that Rocky got a booth. Are they a sponsor or anything? Okay, so never mind. But I'm pretty sure that there are, if you go to especially a smaller conference and say, hey, I've got this project, could I have a booth? And just start talking to people. Say, hey, we're doing this. Are you interested? Would you like to learn more? Let me show you what it does. We are looking for help in this aspect, so that can be a great way to start your community and just getting the word out. Do blogs. It was more of a thing during COVID, the live streams. I think everyone's kind of burnt out on most of the virtual things. So I won't recommend necessarily doing a live stream, but blogs are there and blogs are there forever. So write things up, invite people, get people excited. You're welcome, in case anyone needs me.
Thank you for doing this excellent talk. I had a question about code of conducts and what you think about them. You don't hear too much about it nowadays, but about 10 years ago, there was a lot of controversy over projects that adopted it and things like that. And I remember one in particular, one open source project, copied it from another one just as a draft, and they were really slammed. And so what's your opinion on that nowadays?
Okay, so a lot of code of conducts are based off of Django, and I also recommend before you start getting other people, you have a code of conduct. I believe you're talking about Linux, suddenly the Linux kernel finally putting. Okay, OpenStack, CentOS, Fedora have had some version of a code of conduct since day one. Last year we revamped the Open Infra code of conduct, made it a little more specific. We were missing things like bullying. We had things like be kind to others, treat them like you would want to be treated. We needed to get a little more specific. So code of conducts are very important because they protect you and they protect your contributors. I don't think these should be used to kick people out of your community because you don't like them. But if you're getting reports that someone is bullying and you've talked to them and you've come to a realization that they are toxic and they are chasing people away, they have value. And sometimes it's just realizing how someone comes across in text is really not how that person is. It's English may be a second language. And you have a conversation and you realize that that is why they come across that way. And you work with them, and it's not a code of conduct issue. But if someone's starting a fight or making inappropriate comments at an event, they need to be escorted out. Anything else? Thank you all for coming. Like I said, I will either be outside. If I am in the expo hall, you can find me at Red Hat, Fedora, or possibly Open Infra. Or possibly Chaos.
All right, everyone, let's give it up again for Amy Marish. That was a great talk. I learned a lot about, you don't need a tech degree to get a job in tech. That is true, because I don't have one. Facilitating collaboration in a community is really important. Tech writers and translators are worth their weight in gold. And earning trust. I think that was a really big point there is earning trust in open source and believing in yourself and getting through your imposter syndrome. I think those were all great things. So we've got a little bit of time here. It's 11:36. Coming up at noon, we're going to have Krista up here. She's going to be doing her talk, Make Your Open Source Story Work for You. That is coming up in about 23 minutes. Meanwhile, Jensen Crawford is still doing his workshop next door. That is going for the next 24 minutes. That one is the improve your resume and interview skills by experiencing the interviewer's perspective. That's still going on for about the next 20 minutes. And we also have Nish Photo doing headshots right outside and to the left, so you can do that as well. But otherwise, we will see you again in about 23 minutes. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder, during today's Open Source Career Day, Nishant Raina from Nish Photo is offering free professional headshots right outside and to the left. It's a fantastic opportunity to update your LinkedIn profile or personal branding. The booth is open until 12:30 and then again from 1 to 3. Feel free to wear whatever makes you feel professional, be it business, casual, formal, or your favorite tech t-shirt. Restrooms are nearby for any touch-ups you need to do, and to avoid glare, I would consider skipping the glasses. Meanwhile, in about 15 minutes, we will have our next speaker here on stage. It's going to be Krista Burdine with her talk, Make Your Open Source Story Work for You. That is coming at noon. Right next door, Jensen Crawford is wrapping up his interactive workshop, Improve Your Resume and Interviewer Skills by Experiencing the Interviewer's Perspective. So that's wrapping up. And shortly, I am going to be introducing our next speaker, Krista Burdine. Meanwhile, Nish Reyna from Nish Phono is still doing headshots outside and to the left. The line was very short when I was just out there, so take the opportunity to go get some free headshots. All right, everyone. Our next speaker is Krista Burdine. She is here to show us how contributing to open source can boost your career. In her talk, Make Your Open Source Story Work for You, she'll explore 5 key benefits: financial, psychological, social, educational, and freedom, and how to highlight them on your resume. This is especially useful for students, job hunters, or anyone considering a career pivot. Let's give a warm welcome to Krista.
Thank you, Alex, for that lovely introduction. You're doing just an A-plus job this morning moderating this room. And a special thanks to Bryna, who organized this entire career day path, this track. I am just so impressed with all of the talks that we've already had today. If you missed it this morning, Mary spoke about Interviewing from the perspective of a recruiter, which is really valuable. And then Amy talked a little bit about what it is to be part of an open source community. All of that is really important, and there are things that I thought I would address in my talk, and I didn't need to because somebody else had already talked about them. So I get to focus on your resume, and I hope that today I can give you something valuable. Because every open source contributor has a story. Maybe you have fixed a bug somewhere along the way, maybe you wrote a doc, maybe you've just been a lurker in an open source community for a while. But here's the thing, every piece of that experience is something that is valuable, and today we're going to talk about turning that open source experience into resume language that is useful in a job search. Before we start, let's see if I can click on the right window. So there we go. All right, so my name is Krista. I'm Krista Burdine. I'm an inclusive tech advocate, and here's my story. I was originally a writer, proofreader, and editor for independent novelists, but after a while I could not any longer read any more Hallmark-style romance novels. So I decided I needed to skill myself into something different. So I wanted to learn technical writing. That seemed like something that would give me a good opportunity. So I started out by joining a documentation team of a new project at the time called Rocky Linux. So that was, I had no idea what I was starting. I don't know how many of you got into open source by accident, but that was my accident. I stumbled into it. And then one thing led to another. I've contributed to the documentation, and then shortly I ended up working in the community. And for the last 2 years, I've been serving as the community team lead for the Rocky Linux project, which was way more than I ever signed on to do. And it's been a wild ride. It's given me so many experiences. I've gotten to travel the world. I've gotten to meet people everywhere. I've gotten to make connections. And I've gotten to learn a whole lot about community and interacting with people and being effective. And now, since the end of last year, I get to say I'm an international speaker because I got to go to Argentina last year and speak. So it's amazing what open source can give to you. And now what we get to talk about is it giving back and us being able to get something out of it, which I think is okay because we're giving it everything we've got. One thing you'll see up here is that I'm a cat person and a horse show mom. And you may know the word horse as a four-legged animal that people ride, but I know it as a very expensive word. So I have had a great time volunteering my time with the Rocky Linux project and volunteering in open source, but my motivation and what got me here today is that I needed to figure out how to translate my open source skills into resume language and parlay that into some sort of economic advantage for myself so that I could fund those 3 words there. So that's me. So that's where we are. We're kind of learning this together. I have done some research, and we're gonna practice some things that will help us be more confident in what we're doing. So I'm also road testing a new application that I've never done before, but we're going to do a little bit of interactive presenting. So I'd like you to all get out your phones and screenshot or snap, I think is the word, that QR code so you can join our presentation, and you should be able to see the slides on your phone that way. So shout out for making the whole presentation accessible if you can't read this all the way from back there. And then we will practice right now. So the question for today is, what are you hoping to gain from this session? So if you can answer that, the answers should all come up on here, and I want everybody to put an answer, even if it doesn't answer the question, just something so that you can practice participating in the poll, because we'll get to something a little bit later where it'll help us all to work together. And I can't quite see it, so I don't know if we have any responses. I don't know where we see the responses. That is an excellent question. Oh, here we go. I should have planned a soundtrack for this part. Walking music. All right, so what I'm seeing, just for my curiosity, are you able to see on your phone these answers? Do they show up there too? Okay, great. So we've got understanding how to quantify any open source experience for my resume. That's great, because quantify turns out to be the key word today. I'd like to learn more about resumes, keywords to use in my resume, learning about open source community, what language are recruiters looking for to get me an interview. I'm curious about leveraging open source to improve my business. I love that they leave that QR code and somebody could write something behind it. That's awesome. Different perspectives, free candy. I have failed. Learn how to guide my students in contributing to open source and how to explain my open source experience in an interview. So some of those, I'm going to encourage you to look at the recordings later, because Mary gave an excellent talk. Which one? What language recruiters are looking for to get into an interview. She gave excellent perspectives on that, so I highly recommend that if you didn't get a chance to see her speak this morning, that you look for that when the talks are posted later. Well worth your time. And learning more about open source community is what Amy just spoke about in the last hour. So she did a great job of outlining the different roles within a community and the ways people can contribute. And I've let you down on the candy. Maybe there's probably some out there. All right, so when I think about open source, it doesn't take very much to get me excited. I'll start waxing eloquent, and it's crazy. Because to me, at its heart, the DNA, the values of open source, at the very heart of it, is inclusive. It's important to me that everybody has a chance to contribute. By being open and inclusive, open source can benefit from all of the perspectives that everybody brings to it. The more perspectives you have looking at a thing, the better chance you have of describing it accurately. So this is a quote, a very important quote. Open source is the collaboration of passionate minds coming together to share tech ideas and solutions for the good of the world, and you can credit me. I'm pre-famous, so I'm quoting myself. But one of my concerns is that open source is not always accessible because not everyone has the luxury of donating their time into the greater good and all that open source aspires to be. And so to me, that's why it's so important and so relevant for open source contributors to be able to translate what we're doing into resume language so that we can find a way to do what we love and also have an income from that. So if the work you're actually doing and getting paid for, like the job you get is in open source, that's great. But this can be used to get jobs in open source or beyond, because I think the tech industry as a whole benefits from the existence of open source and the skills you learn in open source. I feel like I'm talking really fast. Is everybody tracking with me, or should I slow down to Texas speed? No, we're good. Okay, excellent. And I say that because I moved to Texas and I met somebody in the grocery store and he was like, "You're not from around here, are you?" I have been now for most of my life, but I was new once. So our purpose today is to help you develop an accurate resume that reflects your skills, whether you end up getting a job in open source or one that just appreciates the value of your experience. I've said it already today, but collaboration in open source is a two-way street. What you give, you also get back. We know open source is valued because it builds accessible software, but I didn't ever finish that sentence in my notes, so we're going to just move on. Anyway, the beauty of open source is that it builds and equips great contributors. And so what we're focusing on here is how open source experience benefits you and how to communicate that value to employers. I think we've made a good case here, but today we're going to look at a clear, practical formula that you can walk away with for turning your open source work into resume-ready language. And then at the end, I will have a resource sheet for you that you can access and use for further research. I'll also be quoting some of the sources that I've used in putting this together so you can go follow them. There are people that are talking about resumes out there, and there are a few that I particularly have found useful. All right. Quick check. Nod your head before I lose you. Tell me if any of this sounds familiar. I'm just a beginner. Why would my contributions matter? Everyone here in this community is smarter or more experienced than me, so my contributions aren't important. Whew, I got lucky that PR was accepted. I hope nobody figures out what a mess it was. Wow, if I ask for help, maybe people will think I don't belong here, so I better just figure it all out on my own. Do some of those sound familiar? Newsflash, all of those thoughts are called imposter syndrome. And the one thing I have learned, if I had to distill it down to one, I might come up with 3. But the one thing that I would like to say right now is everybody has imposter syndrome. So I think we should just all assume that everyone has it and cancel that out as a factor in our decisions. So if you think you're not good enough, cancel it out. It has nothing to do with that. Just go ahead and try. Go ahead and contribute, and go ahead and understand that what you are contributing is part of the success story of that project that you're working in. So, this is how we reframe those thoughts. What you do in open source is real experience. Which leads us to the question of what is it that employers are actually looking for in your resume? Again, third time's a charm. Go back and watch Mary's talk from this morning. Talking from the perspective of the recruiter, she told us the kinds of things she's looking for. That is super valuable. We're going to get important things, but definitely check out. She's going to have a lot to add. I believe here we have, okay. So, but the first thing that they're looking for, that an employer or a recruiter wants, is quantifiable skills, such as certifications. Actually, certifications is outside the scope of this talk today about resumes and turning your skills into resume language. However, the person speaking after me, I believe her name's Adriana. I didn't write it down. I did, but I can't find it. She is actually speaking, Adriana, thank you, is speaking about certifications. So if that's a curiosity for you, please stick around and listen to her speak about that piece of what recruiters are looking for. The second thing they're looking for is other quantifiable metrics. And in this way, words are hard. It's the end of a long weekend. Emily Warden is a career coach that I follow on LinkedIn. I have followed her for a year or a while, and everything she posts, I feel like that's right. She's hitting me right where I'm at in my search. And one of the things that she talks about is how to add quantifiable metrics to your resume. So let's try this, applying her words to open source experience, and consider what you've done in open source. Just try and take a moment and pull that into your mind. What metrics exist in your project for measuring progress? Do you have annual checks in your project? Like where you say, we want to accomplish this, and then you can see whether you've accomplished it. I guess those are roadmaps. I'm thinking of examples such as, how many issues do you have open in GitHub? Do you count how many issues have been opened or how many have been closed? Do you count the number of contributors you have in your project within GitHub or within your project, wherever the home of it is? In my project, it's a Mattermost instance, but you may have another chat server or a forum or a discourse or something where everybody congregates. If you know what the metrics are, you can say whether or not you were helping to meet them or not. And then the second step of that would be to quantify that thing. So if I'm contributing to open source, how many, how much, how long, how often? All of those are questions that help you articulate what you've done. So I've helped close issues in GitHub. I've helped close 10 issues in GitHub. I have written added 7 documents to the documentation. Quantifying it helps recruiters see the extent to which you've done it, or the amount of effort you've put to it. And then add a time frame to it. That will strengthen it. So I've added 7 documents to the documentation in my project in the first 90 days that I was volunteering. Now they can see how fast I was volunteering. I've been a part of that project for 2 years, but in the first 90 days alone, I created a style guide and 3 other child guides from that, and whatever those things are. By doing that, or I mentored somebody into membership within my organization. I mentored 5 people in the first year I was a part of that organization. That is a part of how it becomes quantifiable. Unfortunately, a lot of what we do in open source, there's a lot that's technical, but there's a whole soft skills side of volunteering. There's leadership and communication and initiative and collaboration. All of those are skills that are important, but how do you quantify that? And I think that's maybe the real crux of what we need to learn how to do, and that I would like to have us develop today or articulate today. So here's how we're going to do it. We're going to take a skill and we're going to put an action verb on it. And then we're going to say what we did, and then we're going to say what kind of impact we had. So an example of that would be, I wrote documentation for my open source project. And then we're going to change it and say, okay, I authored clear and user-friendly documentation for my project. And by doing so, I improved the ability of other people in the project to contribute, and we received more contributions after that because it made onboarding easier. And if you can put a percentage on it, we had 30% more documentation requests in the 90 days after that than we did in the 90 days before that, or something. That's the challenge. That's where the work is, I think, in trying to articulate what we're doing, to sit down and take a minute and say, what has changed? It might take talking to people within your project to say, how do we count these metrics? Or it might take manually counting them, but I know I'm in the company of a lot of people who know how to automate things. So I'm sure you can find people in your project that can help you with automating that search for a metric. Okay, cool. That's great to know. I even put the example on there. Okay, so now we're going to try a second instance of this group presentation. And I would like you to take a minute and submit to me a skill or experience that you have used in open source. And I'm going to go so far as to say a skill or an experience you know people have in open source, because there are a lot more things out there than just what we in this room have done. There are a lot more things. So we already have people. We're going to do a word cloud today. So as you add things, we're going to see skills. Time for more walking music. Ooh, Docker's a good one. I'm going to give you all another minute. Everybody can participate. Be careful, because I might make you talk to somebody next. That's a cute looking little word cloud. And again, even if you see it up here, go ahead and add it again. if that's something that you agree with. I want to see if the words get bigger if somebody says the same thing twice. That GitHub is a big one, man. That was my biggest learning curve when I came into open source. Oh, yeah. I want to see that one. Ooh, sideways. Okay, so debugging is a skill. Learning how to do pipelines, project management, writing in a concise manner, Git, GitHub, Nix, resolving merge conflicts. Oh gosh. My computer liked that one so much it quit. I thought I did. Yeah, I thought I'd turned that off, but I didn't. I know just enough tech to get by, but it's good. There's room for technical and non-technical people in tech. All right. I had this idea of dividing into groups, but I think we can just do it by submitting up here. We're going to go to another page. So I don't know if you want to screenshot that or screenshot it on your phone so you can refer back to it. And we're going to practice saying these in terms of our formula, right? Of saying, how can I add a, ooh, I got lots of thumbs up from that. And seeing if we can do this, where we put an action verb on it and say what we did and say how it benefited our project, all right? And I'll give you a few minutes to work on it. Are you all ready for me to move to the next screen? And, okay, we're doing it. Okay, so now we're going to practice the open source skills. So take the thing that you wrote before, try to rephrase it as an action verb, what you actually did, or the verb, and then what you actually did, and then the impact it had on your project. We're going to see how this works, and this is the moment we find out how well I did at preparing you. And now I really need music. We could play a whole song while we do this, because it's okay to take a minute. While you're working, I would like to say, as I think about it, I think a lot of these can be categorized into certain categories. And maybe that will also help us in figuring out how to apply this to all the different skills. So there are categories of technical skills, which I saw the Git and the GitHub Actions and the Docker and all of that. That's good technical skills. So think about how you would, a technical skill might actually be easier, perhaps, to turn into a quantifiable metric, because you can say by using Docker, I've speeded up my problem solving by X%. I don't know. Then there's also ones that are more about leadership and collaboration. Collaboration is a great one if you can find a way to translate that into a metric. Then there's project management or marketing, and then there's the documentation. Alex, we're going to have some questions here, I think. I might ask some questions out loud, and I think we already have a question. Just give it 1 second.
Oh, you hold it. Okay. So my question's on metrics. You mentioned about collaboration. So how would you quantify collaboration as metrics? I also work on cybersecurity. A lot of the things we do, it's hard to quantify, well, if you have a breach, maybe how much money you can save for doing the cybersecurity work. So what are your recommendations? Because we all know we need to quantify certain things, but it's hard to come up with that value. So what do you recommend?
I think that is the crux of the challenge that we have, to turn that soft skill of collaboration into something measurable. Defining a percent part is hard, but you can say I don't know, we deal with collaboration, or we deal with problem-solving cybersecurity incidents X number of times in a month. And out of that percentage, we have managed to avert a major crisis every single time, or we've only had one major crisis in the last X number of, I don't know. That's how I would approach it. Resolved user stories. It's always with the action verbs. What do we think? If you say I resolved 100 JIRA stories, put an amount of time on that, in a certain amount of time, yeah. I don't know how impressive that is, but the right person would. Alex, we have another one over here.
Working in the open education process, what I did was I singularly made low-cost bachelors for over 220 million students worldwide using the open community.
Okay, yeah, so then you had numbers with that, and you, it sounds, it's a good competency. Is there anyone in your project that can validate that? Yeah, well, there you go. So, I mean, I think showing your credentials is adds strength to it, right? Every piece on every bullet point that you can do that lends credibility to your whole overall story. Let's see, we have a containerized we containerized application with Podman to reduce deployment times by 70%. I like the sound of that. That sounds strong. Introduced an additional step to GitHub Actions that streamlined the PR process. Unquantifiable. Could you look in the past and see how many PRs had been done in a certain amount of time, in 30 days, or however much, and then see how many were done in the 30 days after that? Maybe that would give a quantification. That gives you a number that way. And I'm willing to take any other input, too, if anybody has suggestions based on these. Validate automations by observing outputs against goals, which improved efficacy of the automations. So you made your process more efficient. That's good. I wonder if the automations are moving faster now. Can you quantify how much time it takes to run an automation? Yeah, I think those work. Does anybody have any other input on these ones that have been submitted? I appreciate everybody who is participating. Walking music. Yes, oh, we have more interaction.
Yeah, okay. So when I think about automation, I was thinking about, does that mean when you have to quantify it, can you say something that you release the software, that you deploy the software much faster in terms of how many times, like if you have previous metrics, you can say, now I did this automation, now we deploy to the production server like 3 times more. So that would be something, right?
Yeah,
If you
that's a
have
number.
Yeah, if you have previous metrics that you can compare. But
Yeah,
some of the
previous
stuff
metrics
is
are
like
good.
we do in cybersecurity is not as easy as software engineering, software development. So, but that's what I would do, right?
It seems like anytime you can put a number in it, whether it's a percent or an amount of time or a number of things that happened, and especially if you can say the things that happened in a specific amount of time, that's the key to making it sound more credible. So yeah, that's a good start. Well, I think this has been a good, I don't know. Does it make sense? Does anyone continue to have questions about the process? Does it seem workable, like something practical, like something you could apply to your experience? Oh, we got another one. Now I'm going to have to do walking music again. If I had my phone set up, I could do it that way. Okay, using pipelines to effectively sort commands how I'd like to. For example, sorting data numerically with timestamps and date specification. Okay, so you figured out how to customize a pipeline. You customized pipelines to sort commands according to demand. And maybe talk about how that improved your speed at developing a pipeline. I really appreciate your participation.
I'm an outsider, so I can see. I work in cybersecurity, so but I do see when you put something about like sorting stuff, you're helping to increase the whatever the efficiency of the pipeline. What you can say is previously how long it takes for this pipeline to run through, right? But now you do this. What was it? Doing some search.
Sorting commands,
Right,
like sorting
now you
data.
can say now it takes so much better in terms of how much time you save, right? It used to be this, now is this, the entire pipeline. So I think that's what you're saying.
As a result, yeah.
Quantify, you have to put something like, otherwise it's not as strong like you said.
Right, it
You
needs
need
something
to-
on the end of it
Right.
to say that it improved the speed of.
Yeah, you used to take this long, now it is this time, right? So that's what I would recommend.
Right. And yeah, again, I think that's the crux of what we're doing, trying to articulate that. What was it? What did I do? And now how is it? More interactions.
In her particular capacity, the thing is that you'll never know what she prevented in her cybersecurity. That's the problem.
That's the trick.
And so, how does you relate that to an employer? In other words, how do you say, me working on this particular project prevented this kind of a thing? And I guess the only way to do that is we've had no inclusions or phishing type things. In other words, that's about the only way you can really prove that you've been effective in cybersecurity kind of a thing.
I agree. It's hard to prove what didn't happen, what didn't go wrong as a result of what you've done. And all I can think of is, the little sign in the factory that says we've gone X number of days without an incident. But it's probably way more complicated than that. Yeah. But are you aware that attacks are happening that you're preventing ever? Yeah, okay. Right. Yeah. Well, that's good. Okay, one more over here.
Yeah, I was thinking of maybe using, you could possibly say prevented potential major breaches, because even a small, relatively low-level vulnerability can be chained together to form, to create a bigger breach. So even with that small possibility or that small vulnerability, it does, there is the potential that it could become something major. Point in case, there was a Bitcoin platform in Saudi Arabia, and this guy who had a laptop, one of the creators, had a laptop, and that was compromised. That led to like $1 billion heist on this platform. So I think it would be fair to say potential major threat without being maybe over exaggerating.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, every little bit we can do can help articulate that.
One thing with maybe the cybersecurity or some of that stuff, or sorry, two things. One is it's sort of like insurance, right? And like you said, proving something that didn't happen.
Proving
is a hard
something,
thing,
yes.
But you're giving peace of mind, right? You buy insurance for that peace
Right.
of mind that if something does happen.
Mhm.
But more to the point is, you know, what is it what's the environment that you're working on? You know, is it, you know, are you protecting, you know, 100 or 5,000 desktops from intrusions or servers or APIs or firewall? You know,
Right.
some of that, you know, you can kind of validate the scale.
Or maybe
and the technology.
measuring the number of technologies that you are coordinating together in order to be preventive of that. All right, so let's look at this next one. Migrated a CI/CD pipeline off of deprecated technologies, restoring functionality of the build process and reducing build times by 20%. That's got an action verb, it's got a thing, what you did, and it has an impact that has a number in it. So I think that's a strong one.
For this one, I was thinking, what do you think about reducing build time by 20% to the top, and then and describing how you did it, just for emphasis?
You could. It goes. You're going off the trail here with our formula, but you're welcome to be original with it. Yeah, so this has been great. I really appreciate you all engaging with this idea. I think it does have some merit to it. I think, you know, we might fumble at first trying to figure out what those metrics are, but the act of looking for it will help us really dial into what we've actually done. And the more you do that, the more you value your own time working in the open source. So I want to just help distill this into a few key takeaways. The first one really is, oh, that's long. To use the resume formula to quantify and communicate your open source impact. And that quantify, I think, is going to be our key word that we're going to work toward in everything that we're doing. I do have a caveat, which is your resume isn't the only way that you're going to get a job. Other people have discussed this earlier, and other people will discuss this later. A resume is a piece of trying to find employment or find connections. You need to network with people. So I was fortunate enough to find a mentor last year who helped talk me through how to do what I was doing better and more efficiently. And then I have the advantage of that person's full network who has 10 years in community experience to be able to communicate with him. And be able to say, hey, I'm looking for a job or something. And he is able to serve as a reference for the work that I already did and to recommend me to things that I could do in the future. And then this last bit is never stop growing your network. That's another piece. I put lots of great points in there I don't remember, so good for us. Follow resume support thought leaders. And what do we have in here? And leverage the low cost and free trainings, which is what they'll cover in the next one. I want to cut back to something from the beginning just to close this out, which is that the resume is important and networking is good. I started at this process because of putting together my resume and articulating what I was doing because I wanted to find employment and actually get paid for my work in open source. And it's funny because I put the whole resume together, but then it has really been more of a networking experience for me that by being at these events, I met somebody literally at SCaLE last year who I have connected with a couple of times because of her project that she's working in and also because we attend the same conferences, so I've seen her a few times. And late last year, after I submitted to give this talk, actually, and had it all set up, she called and said, hey, I had this opportunity and I thought of you first. And nobody ever even looked at my resume. But the important thing is that I had written it, I had taken the time to articulate my resume so that I was confident that I did have skills that were translatable into everyday open source work. And so there is nothing lost in taking the time and the effort to do this. So that's my exciting part about resume work. Are we to the really ridiculously big QR code? This platform, this Mentimeter software that I use to do this presentation with the group interaction, I got to use the free version of it, and so it was customizable in some ways and not in others. So that's the size picture I got. This will lead you to my contact information, my LinkedIn, and my website, such as it is. But the most important thing I want you to notice on there is at the bottom there's a link to a resume resource that I have written for you. It's essentially takeaways from this. What I put in there was 20 examples of different skills of what people do in open source translated into a specific quantifiable thing. Along with some references and links to articles by thought leaders in this resume and tech world, including the very first one is to Emily Warden's article that she wrote about quantifying. Anyway, it's the actual thing she wrote. It's more than I put in here. I only used one or two of her points. And is that the last bit of it? Oh, and then I think I put another resource in there that I forget right now, but it's important. You'll enjoy it, and I'll probably build on it after I go back and look at these results. I'll probably continue to grow that document. It's a Word doc. No, it's a Google Doc. So I hope you enjoyed that, and eventually I'll get these notes all up on the live stream as well so that you can come back and reference it later. But I really appreciate your time and attention, and I hope you've had at least one piece of information that's useful for you. Thank you so much.
All right, everyone, let's give it up for Krista Burdine. That was fantastic. I learned a lot. I got to say, the resume formula, action, verb, what you did, what was the impact, I thought that was amazing. I'm going to use that like today. So thank you so much. And I loved, there's room for non-technical people in tech. That was great. That's something really important that we all need to kind of remind ourselves, is that there's room for everyone in this great industry and in open source. So thank you so much. All right, it is 12:43, coming up at 1. Our next speaker is going to be Adriana Frick. She is giving her speech, using certification to prove home lab skills. That's coming up in a little less than 20 minutes. Meanwhile, we still have Nish Reina from Nish Photo outside and to the left doing free headshots. If you are interested, great opportunity to get some free photos of yourself. Just step right outside to the left and get in line. It is totally free. And just a reminder, if you go outside to grab some lunch, please do not bring your food in here. It is not allowed. Please enjoy your food outside of the building. Thank you very much. All right, folks, our next speaker here in room 103 is Adriana Frick, a self-taught tech enthusiast who started her journey in the open source community back in the late 90s. Wow, that was one of my favorite eras. Now she leads Canonical's efforts in launching performance-based technical certification programs for Ubuntu. In her talk, Using Certification to Prove Home Lab Skills, Adriana will share with you how you can turn your home lab projects into recognized credentials. She'll guide us on distinguishing valuable certifications from the not-so-great ones and ensuring your self-taught skills get the spotlight they deserve. Let's give a warm welcome to Adriana Frick.
How's this? There we go. Thank you. Sorry for the AV problems. We were at the park, and I didn't have all my stuff here to be able to do the early check. So thank you for your patience. Yes, certification, home lab skills. Certification and home labs, how do they fit together? Who here has a home lab? Great. If you don't have a home lab, who here has broken stuff on their home computer and had to figure it out? You have a home lab. The problem is just how hard did it hurt when you had to fix it? So a lot of people in the open source community, they have skills that they've gained through non-quote-unquote traditional means, although in open source, that is traditional. In ye olden times, I'm kind of a gray beard, you might not have been able to tell, you can get a degree, right? Comp Sci was still teaching COBOL and Fortran. There were no networking degrees. So you have to kind of figure out how these things work, and then how do you sell yourself, right? Because that's why we're here. We're trying to get jobs. So how do you build a home lab? Piece by piece, right? Component by component. Now, when you're building a home lab, do you just throw a bunch of stuff together and kind of hope it sticks? Sometimes. But sometimes you have an idea of what you're going for, because I don't know, if you put 40 PCs together with no networking at all, that might not work out for you, right? You have to have a plan. You have to have an idea. So we build an occupational skill set in largely the same way, right? You start out with different components, you start out with a different goal, and you see how it goes to get there. So how do we build an occupational skill set? Component by component. Now, some of you have already heard this, so I apologize for the duplication. But right now, you already have skills. Some of them are very obvious to you, and some of them are not as obvious to you. Now, many of you are probably here to hear about, well, what kinds of certs can I use to choose what kinds of occupations? And that's not exactly what I'm going to do today, because all of you are going to have unique needs and unique skills. So we're going to start out by teaching, how do we make professional certifications in the first place? Now, a professional certification is not the same as a certificate. And I'm going to have some text at the end of this to enumerate this. But essentially, a technical certification or a professional certification should be based on an industry standard. It should require that you prove in some way that you meet that industry standard. Now, a certificate shows that you've completed a thing. Maybe you've taken a course and you get a certificate at the end. Professional certification assumes you know what you're doing when you show up, right? Okay. So now a little bit about me, for those of you saying, what does she know about any of this? I have been in tech, and I have not been in tech, and I have been in tech, and I have not been in tech. Some of you may be noticing some time periods. So .com, I left because, frankly, it was a lot like it is now. It's not a fun job market right now, right? It's not life-affirming. It's not confidence-building. So I said, well, I'm getting out of tech, and I'm never coming back again. Clearly, it worked for me. So I did a bunch of other stuff. I was one of the few instructors at my institution that taught literature, humanities, and Cisco routing. Not a lot of people are doing all of those. And then I decided to go and I opened a small town yoga studio, and I did that for a long time. I was caring for my elderly grandmother at the time, and that was just what my family needed. A lot of you are thinking, wow, what a really, really lucrative financial decision. Yeah. So I came back to tech, right? And then suddenly there's this weird period of time, 2020, that number might ring a bell for folks. I left the tech industry again, and I had to come back. So all of this is just to say it can be done, right? Sometimes you sit and you listen to graybeards tell you how they got their job. And how I got my first job is not how I've gotten my most recent jobs, right? It's much different. It's not, some dude and it's part of the punk rock scene. All of your friends are going off to this gig because that's how you can get money, and as long as you're on the hustle and you stay up all night reading the books and you do all of the practice exercises, you'll get in. It's not like that anymore, but it's still somewhat like that. And I don't want us to lose that fire and that spirit, because open source isn't about, I want to get a six-figure job, right? It would be nice. We'd love that. But mostly, people who are in open source are in it because we can't help it, right? I keep coming back. I keep returning. I can guarantee I was the only yoga studio, but I was probably one of the only yoga studios running a web server, email server, and point of sale system out of my garage, right? Doing my own DNS. Not a lot of yoga studios, I think, do their own DNS, right? So these sorts of passion projects we have are going to help move us forward. It's going to help us stay in the market when others flutter away to whatever new opportunities there are, because they aren't in it for heart. And I will tell you, employers do care about heart. Not right now. Right now it's hard, but we do. What we care about more is that you're on target. See what I did there? Little segue. So this image is really, really helpful for understanding occupational skills. Now, I don't do archery, so if anyone in here does archery, my apologies. I'm a dart player, and darts doesn't help us here. But a lot of us, that's kind of how we look for jobs. 20, 18, 15, all over the board. That's not going to be helpful. In archery, we determine what our occupational center is. What are our strengths? Where are we going to be? This is how a lot of us are looking for jobs. I can't hire this, right? I don't know what you are. I don't know what you look like. I just see a smattering of skills which may or may not be related. So when we're making an industry standard, when we're defining job skills, there's a very specific way that professional certification does it. And what I would love to do is pass this on to you, and you may be able to do this to kind of isolate what you want and how to present yourself and how to sell yourself. So what we do is called job skills validation. This is part of another process called job task analysis, JTA. You're going to hear me say JTA. This is the one time I'm defining it. A JTA consists of two components, a job task inventory and a survey. You can do your own job task inventory, and here's how we're going to do it. The problem with job tasks is different companies mean different things when they use a role name, right? So when I have to come up with an industry standard, I have to find the parts that overlap. I have to find the parts that are consistent. So for the exams that we've made most recently, we choose a target occupation. The one we have currently available is kind of an entry-level system administration, baseline skills, but we're also looking at things for cloud engineering, for security, and so forth. So I pick a target occupation, and then I look up as many listings as I can. Sometimes I'm using a bunch of, LinkedIn or different job sites. Sometimes I'm looking at course syllabi. Sometimes I'm cross-referencing all of that. What I want is the most information possible. If 100 people are looking at an object, I want all of their perspectives because it'll give me the most well-rounded perspective of that object, right? So now, you in your head, you're going to have a place that you want to go. You're going to have a target, something that you want to achieve out of your occupation. It can change. If you learn nothing from my CV, it can change, right? So let's say you decide you want to go into DevOps. What you can do is then don't apply to every single job you see. It's not helping you, it's driving you insane, it's too much. Pick a target, your dream job, 5 to 7 years from now, what do you want to do? And then cross-reference a lot of those skill sets. Some of them are going to be unique to an industry, right? They're going to be, well, we want you to use this specific tool. Tools change. And it's good to learn your tooling, but it's also important to know the fundamentals underlying that tooling, so when the tool changes, you're prepared. Then once you get a sense of what is the core, what we do is we do what's called a survey. Now, in a survey, we try to determine criticality. Now, has anybody ever heard of this idea, criticality? So this is, I think, unique to instructional design as a field, and it's not as well known in tech, but tech is probably the industry most impacted by professional certification. So I'm really trying to get these sort of tricks of the trade better known in our industry. So, how often do you do it? How important is it? It's that simple. There are some other things that I ask, but at the end of the day, those are the two biggest ones. How often do you do it? 1 out of 5. There are different ways to do it. I do it 1 out of 5. And how important is it? If it is not important and you never ever do it, do I ask you test questions about it? If it's extremely important, but you're only going to do it once in your career, am I going to ask you test questions about it? No, go look it up. But if it's 3 or higher on importance and frequency, that's when we start to ask you things about it. There's going to be Q&A at the end, so please make sure you make a note. So as you're determining criticality, it's a little harder when you can't survey 500 tech professionals like I can. You know, membership has its privileges. But you can see, out of 20 jobs, how many of those jobs want a specific tool? Or how many of those jobs just say they want something? Right? I just want you to know CI/CD, and I don't really care how. I just want you to know how to make playbooks, and I don't really care how. I want to know that you know SDLC, but I don't really, care what your specific thing was. So for those of you who are coming from a home lab environment, once you have your target, and once you start looking over all of these different job skills, you start to get a sense of what is universal. What is an industry standard today? What's becoming an industry standard in the future, so that you can be ahead of the game. And now you can start to see, what do I already have? And that's where this becomes interesting for a home lab user. So you sit down and you look at your dream occupation. You say, well, I only have so many years of experience. Well, sometimes years of experience is code in this industry, right? How many times have you seen a job that asks for 15 years of experience in a technology that has existed for 5 years? Right? We're just using years of experience. It's code, and it means, are you advanced? And we use that code because frequently the people making the job listings don't know what advanced looks like. So if instead what you can do is get a sense of that for yourself, well, people with more experience are going to be more familiar with moving projects forward and less doing actual coding. Or people with more experience are going to have to know how to make more sophisticated playbooks or create more sophisticated networks. Once you get a sense of what's the difference between a 1 to 3 year professional at a particular level, a lot of folks, they are not entry level, but unfortunately if they're doing a career change, you may have to look at entry level roles on your way back to mid-level. You can get a sense of the distinction between what do people associate with entry level roles and what do people associate with more advanced level roles. And sometimes you can skip level that way, right? You can jump right over entry level because you can demonstrate, I have these side projects, I have these other things that I've done, and that will help you to better understand how to market yourself for these roles. So far, does that make sense? All right, so now what we have is we have the sense of what's critical, what is the job I'm actually applying for? Now, how do I become the person that meets those requirements? That's the tricky part. So all of these kind of come together. That's kind of the home lab selfhood you are creating right now. Who am I? Which quite frankly is the hardest question of all of this. You have skills that you aren't thinking of as professional skills. Advanced level occupations are frequently less technical. Right? We don't think about that. But being able to demonstrate that you've managed stuff, being able to demonstrate that you can communicate with others, being able to demonstrate that you can get things done when no one else can, that's really what's going to distinguish you from an entry-level, mid-level, and advanced level occupation. So you begin to make your own job task analysis, and you begin to kind of get a sense of your own skills, what you bring to the table, and how you might present it and pitch it. Now, from here, again, we're talking about the difference between certificate and certification. Now we're going to talk about how do we prove these things that we've learned through certification. It is amazing to me that no one actually knows the difference between these two things. And it is very, very challenging. Now, how many people in here have seen something and you're like, I kind of want to get that, but I don't know if anybody cares? Right? You see MOOCs. Do you know the word MOOC? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, well, so Coursera is a well-known one. So these are these sorts of mass courses you go through. You may not have a lot of touch points with instructors. Sometimes you do have a lot of touch points with instructors, but they're continuously running, right? You jump in, you jump out, and you get a certification, right? Except it's really a certificate. You get a certificate at the end. Some of them are really, really good courses. Some of them are fantastic, right? Coursera has some that are very, very well known, CS50, for instance, and that does have some cachet in the industry. But a lot of these are just next. Oh, did you really manage to play 5 hours of video at 2 times speed and hit next through 3 pop quizzes? Good for you. It doesn't demonstrate anything. So when we're looking at certification, we really want some things that it shows it's meeting a competency standard. So it's not going to be low stakes quizzes. If I say low stakes, that's going to be pop quizzes. It's things that don't matter. When you see high stakes in school, in a academic environment, that's going to indicate a final exam, right? 50% of your grade is resting on this. That's a high stake. In the professional certification industry, particularly for tech, usually that means it's a lengthy exam and it's proctored. Right now, we've been working with proctoring. I do think proctoring is important. I think right now it's a huge problem in the industry. How many people have had an enjoyable experience with proctoring in a certification? Really? I have had certs, and I will not name them because I have a lot of respect for my colleagues and what they were trying for. I have a certification that took me 25 minutes to get through proctoring and 11 minutes to get my badge. Like, I took the whole exam, completed it, got it scored, and received my badge in email in half the time it took me to get through proctoring. So that's something to be aware of. High stakes it's challenging and it's difficult. So a lot of exams right now are offering home-based exams. Just be aware of that. You're going to have to kind of show your whole room. They want to make sure you're not cheating. They want to make sure there's not somebody standing behind your computer holding up signs telling you what to do. So I don't know, if you've really done it, you have to show your ears. I don't have any headphones. You have to show your wrists. I'm not wearing a watch. It's involved. So just be aware, if you're just taking little pop quiz things, that's not going to count to the employer as much as a high stakes exam. Certification is often by an industry leader and sometimes nonprofits. So for instance, Linux Foundation would be a great example of a nonprofit that does really, really wonderful work in the certification space, right? Now, how does that certification prove that there is a competency standard and that you're meeting it? One of the first things you want to look for is, do they publicize their methodology? Do they tell you how they came to the conclusion that this was a competency standard or that this is an industry standard? So large organizations are generally going to say, well, we have subject matter experts who consult. We have SMEs at multiple phases. So for our implementation of instructional design, we have our JTA, we have our survey, which a number of our industry partners and enterprise partners contribute to. And then we also have panels for all of our certification items. So we want to make sure we didn't have a typo. In our circumstance, we're performance hands-on testing. How many people in here, hopefully this is an easy question, how many people in here use Linux? Thank you. And it's okay if you use FreeBSD, honestly. POSIX, we love everybody. I came from FreeBSD. Think about performance-based testing of Linux. Have you ever argued with someone over the best command to use to solve a problem? Right? It's the name of the game. It's what we do. So we, for instance, we have dozens, in fact, in some cases, hundreds of people go through the exams to make sure that all of our grading scripts have accounted for every possible way you might choose to answer a question. That way, if you go about something using a different command, sometimes you'll see people, they'll just test your .history. Did they use the command I was expecting to see in .history? And that will lead to very, very competent people being excluded. That's not something that we want to do, particularly in an open source Linux space. So looking at how they go through the process, how they engage with SMEs, seeing if they're open to discuss that and talk about that. Also, you'll notice I say industry leaders. So Canonical, some of you may be wondering who's Canonical. Hopefully not. But Canonical is the company behind Ubuntu. So people generally, you can tell I say that all the time, right? Hi, I work for Canonical. Ubuntu. We're doing better. We're doing better. People know us now, but there are still folks that you have to say Ubuntu, and they don't know about all of the other stuff that we do beyond Ubuntu. So I do have to do work with OpenStack, and we have to do work with Kubernetes, and we have to do work with microcloud. And I say have to as though I'm just so suffering. But when we're building performance-based exams, there's a broad range of skill sets that we have to look at. There's a broad range of technologies we have to support. So look for industry leaders who do a lot of their, I was about to say who do a lot of their own technologies, but there's kind of another side of that coin that we'll talk about in a sec. But if you think about people who become kind of household names, right? Those are certifications that generally an enterprise is going to know. If an enterprise is partnered with that industry leader, they're going to be looking for it. There are a lot of people that we're partnered for who are messaging me constantly, asking when the exam that they want is going to be available. So look for folks that have those sorts of industry leads, because the other side of that coin is things that are really certificates being masked as certifications. So when I say industry leaders, that doesn't mean everyone who has a product. Now, part of my function, in addition to skills assessment, is also going to be customer education, right? I want people to know how to kind of exercise best practices and how to do things well. But what will happen with that is you do have a lot of companies that are just kind of pushing you through an academy. Right? How many people have had that experience where you sign up for mildly interesting one-purpose tool academy And they give you the little certificate at the end, and all you had to do was play YouTube videos at twice speed. Sometimes they didn't support that, so you had to figure out how to do it on Inspect Element. No? Just me? Right? Like, come on, faster, faster. Boom, boom, boom. I already know how to do this stuff. I'm done. So for those of you who've already learned it, you don't need to go through the training process again. Looking for things that are valid certifications. Frequently, they're going to be 3 to 4 hours. In our case, what we try to do to make them more accessible is we broke them up into smaller exams, and then when you get them all together, you get the overarching cert. So there are different ways you can go about this, but when you're looking at a program, look at what is their motivation. Okay? Are they trying to convince you to buy stuff? Are they trying to convince you to buy their training program? Or are they just going to help you prove what you know? Because at the end of the day, if you're a home lab user, sometimes you just want to prove what you know. Agreed? Okay. I'm being a little engaging because it's the after lunch slot. I see folks, you can't see, I can see. I appreciate you. I know you're trying, you're fighting, you're trying to be in here with me. I get it. It's hard. The after lunch slot is tough. We've got digestion and blood sugar going on. So just try to stick with it. So these are ways that we can kind of look at the difference between a good certification and something that is trying to make you their product. Right? Nonprofits are generally fairly credible. Right? They're going to be fairly helpful. They're going to give you more of a vendor neutral perspective. And that's also a helpful thing, is look at as much vendor neutral as you can get. So in my particular circumstance, we try to keep some stuff early on vendor neutral before really getting into, this is kind of the canonical best practice. This is really where we want you to go with this. But people who are making industry-leading certifications, we want it to be helpful whatever house you wind up in. If you wind up in a Red Hat house, or if you wind up in a SUSE house, or you wind up somewhere else, we want you to show, hey, I still know system administration, I still know different cloud technologies, I still know things that are valid industry-wide, and then you can tell them how wonderful Ubuntu is, right? We want you to go out there and be in a stronger position, whatever position you gain. Let me see how we're doing. Okay. So personally, these are my priorities in certification programs, because I'm not just, what was the hair club for men? I'm not just the president, I'm also a client, right? I get certs too. In fact, a lot of what I have done has been based on certs. I know you're all thinking, but Adri, don't you have a degree? Yes, comparative literature. Nobody cares. It's fun at parties, that's about it. So all of my tech stuff, I have to prove that I've done it. And at this point, I know everybody's saying you have to have a bachelor's, we've got to check this box to let you through the gate, right? And that is true at some companies. It's not true at all companies. At our particular company, we actually ask questions. It's a bit controversial, but we ask about high school. And part of the reason we do that is for people who didn't go through college, and it gives them an opportunity to kind of tell us their story. It allows us to see those sort of meandering pathways that aren't as clear. So I look for performance-based personally. That's not to say multiple choice isn't great. There are some certifications out there that do multiple choice, and they do it in a good way. It's not, the thing about being a person who writes certification exams is everybody has taken that one class where you had to write your own pop quiz, and they think that's the job. That's not the job. The name 3 operating systems that's not helpful. But if I ask you something like, somewhere on this system, there is a file that contains this data. What is the name of that file? And then I ask you to go look for it, and then you pick it from a list. That's an interesting multiple choice question, right? So the quality of the questions is important. And you may be thinking to yourself, well, how am I going to find that out? A lot of times, in our case, because we're performance-based, we don't advertise a ton what the specific question is going to be. But we do have a self-study section where we say, we're going to ask you things from this area, we're going to ask you things from this area, so go practice these tutorials. In other cases, for instance, the multiple choice-based exams, they're books, right? Watch out. The Kindle market for bad certification books is expanding, right? ChatGPT, Upload. So watch the people you're looking for. Try to stick with more reliable, more reputable publishers. But they'll give you a sense of what kind of questions you're looking for. And a lot of times, the biggest thing in our industry is brain dumps, right? It's a very difficult thing when somebody brain dumps your exam. I'm less worried about it because we're performance-based. I don't think you'll be absolutely astonished if you walk into assistant administrator exam and you have to add a user. I don't think that's going to stun anybody. Knowing directory permissions, you would know that. But if the explicit multiple choice question gets leaked, sometimes that's an issue. So look around at prep materials. Get a sense of what kinds of questions are they asking. The harder the question, the more it replicates real life examples, the better. Again, how are they made? You know, was there SME involvement? And what's the occupational focus? So if they have a product-based focus, not an occupational focus, that gives you a hint that you are possibly the product. Now, that's not going to always be true, right? AWS, I hesitate to call AWS a product. It's, you know, 7 million products that are ever changing and difficult to keep up with the landscape. So that's going to be, in my mind, an example of an industry leader and something that it's just where we are. But Joe No Name's new database company. You want to be a Joe No Name database expert? Come on down. I have these multiple choice questions. Occupation? Data something. Hold on, let me go check the SEO. What's going to get me the most hits? There are a million of those companies out there. And so just keep your eyes open. Keep an eye out for what is their methodology, what did they try to do, what did they try to accomplish. Is it high stakes versus low stakes? So we will offer this to you free on our website. It'll only take you 5 minutes. You just got to take a really, really quick quiz. It's not going to get you a job. Okay, anybody can do that. There's proof. We have a quiz in our booth that one of my colleagues came up with. I did not do it. Don't come for me if you didn't pass the little quiz that gets you a hat. You want to watch out for those sorts of hallmarks of people who are just trying to take your money. Now, do they keep up with industry's changes? That's a big one. There is an exam that it was sort of my white whale. When I was a network engineer in the 90s, I wanted to get it. It was the only reputable exam. To this day, it's still a really, really good one. At the time, there were some other vendor exams. One of them we used to call Minesweeper Certified Solitaire Expert. It got a lot better in the years, but the exam that I'm thinking of is a networking exam, and it was not very good at keeping up to date. And when I came back to the industry in 2017, I really, really wanted to take it because they were testing on the same things. I was like, hey, I know frame relay. Nobody's cared that I know frame relay in 15 years. Please give me a piece of paper that says I'm helpful. I'm not. Anybody going to hire me as a frame relay expert? No? No? Nobody wants to push through that 56K wall? No? So, hey man, I could get you 64 if you're fractionalized. So you want to make sure that they're keeping up with industry changes. You want to make sure that they, frequently you'll see exams that either require you get continuing education or you have to renew every few years. Make sure they're keeping their exams up to date every few years too. Because if it's somebody who, our last exam release was 2002, but you have to pay us every 2 years, that's probably not going to be beneficial to you, right? So make sure that they're updating their exams every few years. Make sure that they're trying to keep up and staying bleeding edge. And then, how has the community and the industry received those exams? So CompTIA is a very, very well-known company. They've historically been nonprofit, although recently some of their exam branding has been sold into private equity. And so that's one of those exams like OSCP that we're kind of waiting to see how that's going to change things and adapt things. But with that said, what do people say about it? Are people excited about it? Do they care about it? Because you want employers to know what that certification means. Now, be advised that you will hear a lot on some sites, Reddit for instance, that only this one certification is good. And that historically was somewhat true, but a lot of recent surveys and studies, again, thank you Linux Foundation, they're really, really great for providing data on the open source job market, have shown that employers really are looking for people with the skills. So if you have a certification that relates to what they're looking for, and it's not the one that maybe they listed in the job listing, they really don't care. It's just their recruiting department has only ever heard of one thing, right? But the hiring manager is going to be more familiar with what your other options are. So sometimes that'll help you kind of get through. So how has the community received them? Do you talk to people and they say, yeah, I kind of felt ripped off. I kind of felt like that wasn't really a great measure of my skill set. Or do they say, you know, that was actually kind of fun and it was challenging and I'm proud of myself for having passed it. I talked to a lot of my friends and they all bombed and I'm kind of, you know, it's a thing to brag about. I met a colleague at the booth who had scored well on the exam we have out. And I hadn't been paying attention to every single person who scores on the exam. And I felt bad because I didn't know his name. It's like, well, you know, I did really, really well on your exam. And a lot of people that I know, you know, have really, really struggled with it because it's an extremely challenging performance-based exam. So talk to your friends, get a sense of, have they taken it? Do they know people who've taken it? Is it reputable? Are people impressed? And then how has the industry received them? If you don't see the name in the job listing, that's okay. That doesn't mean they don't care. See if the target occupations you're looking at and the target companies that you're looking at, see if they have partnerships with some of these leaders. Because if you walk in and they don't have it explicitly listed, but you see they know the branding, they know the company, they care about that, that will help you get through the door. All right, so don't tell Bryna, but I actually finished 2 minutes early, so we're gonna have an extra 2 minutes for Q&A. All right, we're gonna, actually, I wanna start in the back with the person that I didn't wanna forget. Did I ever answer your question? Fantastic, okay, now I'm gonna go up to Mook. Right now is particularly hard. And I just want to tell people, as someone, you saw, I have seen both sides of that pendulum, right? And it's not always hard. They're just mad because in 2020 we ruled the world. If you remember the great, what did we call the pandemic job shift? So we're seeing some aftermath of that. But a lot of businesses that were interviewed and that were participants in the Linux Foundation open source jobs report actually said they're caring less and less about four-year degrees because people come out with the four-year degree and they know nothing practical. If you have home lab skills, then it becomes about how you sell them. Because if you've just got your quiet little home lab at home and there's nothing on that piece of paper about it, they don't know. But you take that home lab skill, you get a cert, you put that under education, then you've got a little step forward in the game, right? You take that home lab, you do a write-up or a tutorial, and you post that somewhere, your blog, your GitHub page, something like that. You develop a portfolio, you put that on your resume. You're hitting those ATS keywords. Yeah, I know. Let's all sigh with resignation. Yes. There's a lot of places we can go, and a lot of people are going to have different sort of job skills and different things they're looking into. But there are a lot of other questions, so I want to make sure I get to you.
Two questions. So I hear everything you're saying, and yeah, I mean, if I zoom out of open source at the tech job level, now it's bringing to engineering. Post-pandemic, I'm seeing, from what I was tracking, that the whole industry is going through this transformation, transition. Up to last year, from what I was tracking, the tech industry laid off, fired over 360,000. By the end of this year, going to next year, it might be in the millions in the tech industry that are being laid off. So in this transition, I think for everybody that's in this industry, again, not only those are in software and the FAANG companies and tech industries and startups, but into the engineering also, and it spreads into government as well, as like you said. Two questions in that context. One, regarding skills and certifications, how do you choose those that last the test of time beyond like what's my skill set? It's hard to do an assessment up front of, but that's the first question. How do you train on those things that last the test of time that are relevant to the industry? And two, how do you see the training on skills that have to do with AI, LLM, prompt engineering, all this as a enabler for learning and using these technologies to automate, accelerate, my skill sets in whatever it is, programming, engineering. Like, those are the two questions.
Okay, so to repeat that, to make sure I understand, number one, how do you choose a cert that will stand the test of time? And two, do I have any sense of certification in the AI industry and where that's going? Okay, so question number one, how do you find something that stands the test of time? I reject the question. Yeah, and that's, I mean, I'm being facetious a little bit, but you don't, right? Who here has been in the industry, in and out, for more than 10 years? Okay, how about 20 years? Anybody expect to be standing here today, where you are, doing what you're doing 20 years ago? How many, the fun thing is those of us who are doing Linux, we happen to jump on the right boat, right? This is still relevant today, 20 years later. And personally, when I came back in to the modern world in 2017, having a Linux foundation and having a networking background were hugely helpful because I already knew how to chop things up into pieces. I already knew how to packetize, I already knew how to understand processes, so conceptually grasping microservices was not as challenging for me. But that was dumb luck, frankly, right? I could not have foreseen that. So trying to pick a cert that will be good for 20 years is like trying to pick a program or app or anything today that will be good for 20 years. So what I would say though, I think fundamentals are always good. That's what I'm going to say, is I personally lean less on things that look for tooling. Because you might be an expert in something that just ceased to exist 5-10 years ago. But also, by the way, don't feel bad about that, because there's an open market for COBOL programmers lately, right? You never know. So personally, I'm going to add to that, this relates to the AI a little bit. There's a lot of movement right now in the space. So far, what I've seen has largely been product-driven certifications. So a lot of what you'll see on the back end will be things like, how do you optimize for environment? So cloud providers have some interesting things, but again, it's going to be occupationally focused. So how are you going to leverage tooling? Are you building tooling? What is it you're trying to do with that tooling? I think that's going to be really where you see it. So a suggestion I have for everyone in this room, this is a thing I do, I have subscribed to a number of, you know how it is when you're looking for a job, you're like, I want, okay, Linux system administration, and you just set up a search, and you get spammed all the time with those jobs. I have ones that I've had for years, because I want to see, even if I'm not in that industry anymore, I want to see where it's going. And after 2-3 years, you start noticing that, oh, well, they don't really want these tools anymore. Everybody wants the hotness tools. Okay. And that will help you keep your finger on the pulse. Oh, hopefully that'll help. Somebody in the back real quick, yeah?
Test. So this isn't a question, but a recommendation for everybody in the room, if that's okay.
Yeah, we haven't really
I
had many
presume
questions
everybody
yet.
in here is looking for work and trying to figure out, what are we trying to do? So there's a fantastic book, series of books by a guy named Martin Yate, who is a HR and recruiter guy and all that kind of stuff. And he has a fantastic system from a book series. They're all called Knock 'em Dead with something or other. Start with the resumes book. It's a data-driven process that you're all going to appreciate. I can't recommend it highly enough. I wish I'd found it earlier in my job hunt process, but he's also got one called The Ultimate Job Search Guide. Martin Yate, Knock 'em Dead. Remember that? Look it up. You'll love it.
Okay, is it a question? Okay. Yeah, I figured it might be a statement. Let's see. We still have some other people to go, and we're running short on time. So.
Okay. The problem is the big data, robotics, and automation is everybody's scared, and we have a carnage here. We're thinking inside the box. That's the problem. There is lots of work in our solar system, lots of new things happening, and I know this sounds really far out there. A lot of work in the CubeSat area, a lot of in meteorite type of mining. It sounds like I'm weird, but in a few short years, that's going to be the place to go. I work in collaboration with, JPL and Caltech, and let me tell you, there's going to be some work in those particular areas. You just have to be mindful and start to get into those hackathons and those meetups when it comes to those kind of committees.
And he's going to be next.
So, for students who have home labs and stuff and are like getting into Linux, and do you have any like specific cert recommendations that you have, especially for people who've like done a lot and kind of dabbled in a lot? That's what I'm curious.
It's very much going to depend on your industry, right? So there are certain leaders in the system administration space. There are certain leaders in the cloud space. With cloud, it gets tricky because you sort of have to declare allegiance. That's a tricky thing, right? There are 3 major cloud providers, and jobs frequently will look for expertise in one, and that gets a little difficult. So this is where that target job practice starts coming into play. Look at, decide, okay, in 5 years, I want to be X. By the way, just heads up, if you're just getting out of school, in 5 years, you're probably not going to be X. All sorts of weird things are going to come your way. You're going to go over here and go, oh, that's so much cooler than what I thought I was going to do. Or, oh, I hate doing that every single day. Because when you're doing it for fun at 3 in the morning, it's great. But when you're doing it all the time, it gets old. So, but find a target. Just find a direction so that you can begin to get into that yellow space of, hitting the target. We don't want to be here. We want it to tell a story. We want it to be skills that you can market and say, I can do a job. So I would say, find a target occupation you think you want to go into. So SRE. And then the types of roles that you're looking for have certain skills that are required. And there are certain industry certs that will help you prove those skills from your home lab. Now, there are also, for instance, in the DevOps space, there are some really, really good online trainings. And I don't want to, decry MOOCs because they are useful when you're gathering those skills. But in terms of what certs are helpful, AWS obviously is a big name. CompTIA, it kind of depends which one you're going for. Linux Foundation has great stuff, obviously. We're in development right now, but you're always welcome to check out what we're offering. So I would say you really, really have to kind of fine-tune where on the target are you aiming, and that will help you figure out what certs you want to get. I believe I have like 30 seconds left. Okay, so I finished on time. I don't do that all the time. So thank you all for coming.
All right, everyone, let's give it up for Adriana Frick. This is the most full this room has been all day. Thank you all. This is amazing. Yeah, if everyone could just make some room, let Adriana out of the room, and let's get ready for our next speaker coming up in 10 minutes. It is 1:50, so we got 10 minutes until our 2 o'clock talk, which is going to be Vinit Datrakt, who's going to be doing how to crack software engineering interviews at FAANG. Ooh, stay tuned for that.
Hello, 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 hello. Okay. So all you have to do is let's put this here, and then can I put it in my back pocket? How do I turn it on? Just leave it on. Okay, unless it has a mute. Some of them have mute. It has to. It's been on all day. Oh, mute. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You want to fit it on your. Oh. This one, back of the hand. Clips on yours. Like this? Test. Hello, hello, hello. Is it audible? Test, test. This is better. Okay. Perfect. Do you need one? Hello?
Yeah, it has to amplify from your voice. If you don't start talking, it goes into like a mute state. And usually when you first turn it on, it's kind of at that mute state. But
Test, test.
We can hide this one. Visible.
couple minutes, two to be exact. 1 minute. Just about the last presentation in this room, so yeah, please do feel comfy and move closer to the front. Thank you. Yeah, I know. But it's so few of us, and that gap is just too much.
All right, everyone, it's our last presentation of the day here at Open Source Career Day. Let's give it up for Vinit Datrakt with How to Crack Software Engineering Interviews at FAANG.
Test, test. Can you hear me? Okay. A little more? Good, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I give me 1 second. So do I? Is the font okay? You can read it. Yep. You just give this. Yep. All right. Okay. So I wanted to talk a little bit about tech interview preparation and sharing my experience. My name is Vinith. I've been working as a backend software engineer for more than 15 years at this point. I'm an ex-Googler. I've interviewed with a bunch of companies. I took this as an opportunity to share my experience. Let me try and understand the audience a little bit. How many of you are like fresh graduates, computer science related, just entry level? Okay, okay. How many of there are like early career professionals? Okay, okay, okay. How about senior folks, 5 to 10 years of experience? Okay, okay. How about staff plus? Okay, okay. That's quite a few of you. Yeah, okay. So here's the thing, right? I know getting for getting a job interview is a process that you have to go through. So let's try and understand what exactly takes to clear those interviews. Think of from the perspective of the interviewer, right? We want to help them to make the decision for you. Okay, so my objective is try and understand what rubrics that are there in front of the interviewer that they are judging you on. So let's try and reverse engineer this a little bit, right? There are a bunch of rounds, like there is coding rounds, then there is system design round, there's few behavioral rounds as part of the interview process. And let's try and understand what are the ways you can handle those interviews. I'll also be sharing some resources, and of course my experiences were interviewing with few companies, and I put together few tips if there are any help to you. Okay, make sense? Any questions? Okay, and yeah, please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions. Let's keep it as an interactive session than me just talking. Sounds good? Okay. Yeah, let's get some reality check as well. I know everyone is going through a rough time. Tech hiring is tough right now. There are not many companies that are mass hiring, right? Of course, there is some roles open, but not like maybe 3 years ago or 4 years ago. The situation was quite different. It's very tough right now to get hired. There are a lot of layoffs. So the folks who are impacted are in market looking for the jobs. And the folks who are already working, they are also looking for maybe backup options. So there's a lot of competition in the market. So if you are applying for a role, there's very likely chance that a more qualified person is also applied to the same role. And there's a lot of competition, especially entry level. I mean, I feel bad who are graduating this year, this couple of years. Yeah, it's probably not the best time to graduate. Yeah, and the other thing is, this is my personal opinion, tech hiring isn't fair. I don't know how many of you would agree with that, but in my opinion, it's not, it's broken, to be honest. tech interviews aren't perfect. There's a lot of luck associated with interview process. I want to say there are a lot of biases as well. Some intentional, some unintentional biases that you have to go through. Hiring process is also not consistent. Many companies, at least the big companies, try to make it consistent so that they are judging all the candidates on a similar level. But if you look at mid-level companies or even startups, they don't have a process, or it's not consistent candidate by candidate, right? So yeah, do you guys agree? Like, yeah, make sense? Yeah. So I think this is the situation right now. But I want to highlight that even in this situation, we can crack these interviews if we understand what to expect. Like what is the thing that the interviewer is expecting you to perform in that 5-6 rounds, right? So let's try and reverse engineer it, right? Let's try and understand what each round basically judging you on. Is this visible? I'm suspecting this is a little small, right? I thought I put together this like last minute. I'll see if I can increase the font somehow. Anyways, I don't think I can increase the font, but I'll read it. So we get what. And I'll be sharing this slide anyway at the end of the session. Any questions so far? All okay? Yeah. Oh yeah. You might get lucky in some of the hard questions may not get asked to you. Somebody, an interviewer who is preferring maybe not so tough questions end up being asked to you, right? Yeah. It works in favor. Yep. Yeah. So for tech interviews, there are 3 rounds, right? There is coding interviews, then there is system design interviews, and then there are behavioral rounds. So let's try and understand each of those. Okay. So let's talk about coding rounds first. What exactly are they looking for in coding rounds? So I put down 4 points. Okay, so let's think from interviewer point, right? He's there. Somebody has asked them to conduct an interview for the company, right? They are not doing this out of fun. I think their job is also tough. Try and understand this. And what they are looking for is they are trained to look for certain rubric qualities in you, and for them it's just check marks, right? Hey, the candidate has covered all the bases, and I'm okay for this candidate to get hired. So at the end of the day, for them, they have to fill out a document which is an assessment of that interview, that 1-hour interview, right? Now, first is, how is your problem solving skills? Okay. In order to give that impression or give that signal to your interviewer that you are good at problem solving, you have to make sure that first of all, the question that you get asked, you understand the question. Make sure that you ask clarifying question to the interviewer. Okay, here's a small tip. Even if, let's say, you know the problem, even if you have solved this problem 10 times, just pretend to ask some clarifying question. Okay, it gives the interviewer a signal that you just directly jump to the solution. You tend to think. You have that quality to ask questions. Does that make sense? Okay. Explain, of course, you have to explain the algorithm before jumping into a code. Yeah. Explain the time and space complexity. Every algorithm, you have to explain the performance of the algorithm in a very precise things. Don't fumble there. That's your the best quality. Every algorithm you explain what is the complexities, time complexity, space complexity. In terms of that's about algorithm. You make sure that the data structure that you use are optimal. That they are not using excessive space. They are performant in certain operations. Avoid unnecessary operation like assuming that the data that is given to you is sorted. Don't do that. Yeah. Don't make assumptions. Make sure that you, even if you are making an assumption, even if it is a obvious assumption, you state it explicitly. Okay? Make sense? Okay? And yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a tough one. Why? I mean, ideal would be you should know the complexities, and it's not that tough. Like this, just 4 or 5 ways you can have complexity. It's either linear, it's algorithmic, logarithmic, exponential, and quadratic. Just 4, right? Yeah. Don't. Yeah. So okay. So here's the thing. If you say something that is incorrect, so yeah, avoid saying anything that is incorrect. Yeah. So then, once you and the interviewer agrees on a solution, this is very important. The interviewer has to agree with you that this is the solution that they are looking for. Okay. Even don't jump to the code. Make sure that you confirm with the interviewer. Hey, do you think this looks good? Can I proceed with coding? Till that time, you shouldn't write anything. Okay? And once you agree, once you start the coding, of course, you have to write the clean code. It has to have comments. It should be readable. Don't use variable names M, N, I, J, K. I mean, IJ is fine if you are using it as index. It's okay. But make sure that it doesn't take extra few characters, won't slow you down. Trust me. Have variable names very clean, it should have some purpose. And make sure that this is the big thing, off by 1 error. You will be surprised how many times I've seen or I have made the mistake of off by 1 error. Your for loop has to start from 1 to n. It has to end at n. It doesn't. If you're off by 1, that's the biggest red flag. You'll be rejected at that point. The interviewer has seen this solution probably hundreds of times before he asked you this question or they asked you this question. They exactly know where you are making the mistake. Okay, so if they notice that there is a off by 1 error, it doesn't matter how the rest of the interview is going, you'll probably be rejected. Yeah. Applying to? Yes. Out of the range, you're accessing array which is either before 0 or after size of the array, or your loop doesn't even end. It's going in if it is a while loop, infinite loop kind of thing. Oh yeah. Good point. Yeah. So you might have noticed, right, that coding interviews, they run on not on a platform where you can execute the code. It's literally a notepad kind of a situation, right? This is on purpose. They are not interested in your syntax. it's the logic that matters, the algorithm that matters. Don't even if you make a syntax error, that's fine. I mean, probably the interviewer doesn't even know the language that you are writing the code in. That syntax errors are fine. Yep. Any questions? Yeah. So this give the interviewer the second signal that your code is clean. You are able to write a clean code. The third point is, as soon as you finish writing the code, before declaring that, hey, I'm done coding, don't declare it. Now is the time that you proactively verify the code. And when I say verify, is dry run the code, line by line. I can't stress this enough that a line by line verification is needed. Okay. Take an example. Most likely the interviewer has already provided you a sample input and sample output. Take one of those examples and dry run them. Okay. One thing I'll share as a tip is, if you are given an array, use those the symbols, the characters on your keyboard which point to up, right, to showcase the pointers. If it is a 2-pointer method, right, and you want to show that, hey, I'm progressing this index by 1, use that up cap lock button, right? I don't know. No, not shifted. Caret. Yep. Use that as a pointer, so that you can show that, hey, my low pointer is here, my high pointer is here. It's very clean to explain. Okay. If time permits, especially if you are a senior engineer, come up with your own test cases. That's a bonus. That's really a good bonus. If they expect you to execute the code, write that in terms of like as if you are writing a unit test. It's a great signal for the interviewer that, hey, this person is not executing just for this example. He's writing a maintainable code. This is the way where your function will always be tested, and if something changes, the test case will be broken. Okay, and that's a bonus. Yeah. Any question about verification? Sounds good? Yeah. Oh, that's a bad situation to be in. Ideally, oh, sorry, I'll repeat the question. Yeah, please.
The question is that what if you run on the online IDE and, for example, you have to run 20 test case and you only pass like 15 and you fail the last 5. So what would you handle the case that you try to figure out the last 5 test case to pass them on, or you just move on?
Yeah, great question. I think I have failed few interviews in this situation. Natural instinct says that we start debugging, right? We start putting debug lines where exactly it's failing. That's a wrong way. I think at this point anyway, things are not looking good. What I would recommend is check the logic, the code logic, and try to find logical error. You start this dry run is very important. As soon as you start doing dry run, you will be surprised that how many bugs that you will find in your own code once you start doing dry run. And that's the only way to fix it. If you start putting log lines and try to debug the code there, you are already on a wrong path. It's not going to end well.
when you're doing a dry run verification and you do realize, oh, I've either forgot something or the logic is a little wrong, and you correct it, are you penalized for correcting?
Yes, yes, yes. Especially a company like Meta, um, they expect in first attempt a cleanest code. If you end up asking for clues, hints, try to debug it there, it's most likely we consider as a negative. Oh yeah, that's a good point. If you catch it proactively, that's actually a good point. Yep, 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 yep. Yeah, and that's why I cannot stress enough on this one. This very important point that you find bugs in your own code proactively. Okay, and communication, of course, don't go silent. I've done that myself. I've seen candidate do that, and it's natural. I tend to freeze at least at the beginning of the interview, at least for 5-10 minutes. I just can't think. But yeah, they try to think out loud, whatever it is, no matter how brute force solution is, at least start talking. That'll give you some sense of relief. Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, make sure you clearly communicate the problem and solution. I think take pauses, don't worry. I think if you articulate it in a clean way, that this problem is I'm taking an example. This is a quadratic solution. Let me see if I can optimize it to a linear solution. If you start saying that, interviewer knows that what you are doing before you do that. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the next one. I'm assuming no questions. Okay. The second type of questions are system design questions. This one is a little tougher one than the coding one. So system design question, I'm sure you've interviewed with system design question. The questions are typically a little vague, if you notice. It's just one liner, right? Design Netflix, or design Dropbox, or design tiny URL, whatever, right? And it's on purpose. Try and understand from the interviewer perspective what they're trying to judge you on. How do you navigate an ambiguous problem? That's the start of it. Okay. If you're given a problem and if you're all over the place, you're trying to understand the problem at the same time trying to propose solution, trying to bunch of things. It needs to have a certain framework or some pattern to your answer. It shouldn't be a random whiteboard discussion, right? Your answer should sound prepared. Okay. I know it's not natural, but it's an interview setting, and that's what they are judging you on. So I would recommend at least have some flow in your solution. Give it like a 30-second or a minute to think once you are presented the problem, right? Design Netflix. I know that it's very tough to even scratch the surface for a system like Netflix in 40-minute interview. That's not the intent. The intent of the interview is how you navigate for those 40 minutes. How do you come up with various technical solutions, right? Second thing is if your interviewer is a good interviewer, he'll understand that there's no right or wrong solution for these questions. Anything that you present, if you can justify with a technical reasoning behind it, should be a good solution. Okay. I tend to split the answers into these. I'm sure, yeah, this will help even interviewer not to zone out. So keep it interested in the solution, try and get the requirements first. Even if, let's say, it sounds like, oh, design Netflix. I know what Netflix is. Let me start proposing the solution. No. Still try and ask them, hey, what exactly are you looking for? Because the interviewer might be interested in, he might be expert in database side of it, for example, right? He has a database background. He might be interested only in the database aspect of it. Or the interviewer might be interested in observability part of the design, right? Ask them, like, what exact part you want me to focus on. I'm happy to talk about anything, but I know and acknowledge that it's not possible to cover everything in 40 minutes. So ask them, like, what exactly you want me to focus on, right? And write them down as requirements, and of course split the requirements into functional, non-functional. Try and clearly separate what is the functional requirement, and solidify, like, this exact 4 things I want, for example, or 3 things I want from the system. And once you narrow down and agree on these are the requirements, what I tend to do is, for each of the requirement, I write the API for it. What exactly the input of the system should look like, and what should be the output of that API. I can take an example. Let's say tiny URL, right? I'm sure you've used a system like tiny URL, where you provide a long URL and you get back a tinier URL version of it, right? But write it down, right? Saying is one thing, and clearly writing it down is a completely different thing. Because when you start writing it, I think you're kind of making a concrete proposal that this is what my system is going to take in as an input, and this is what I'm sending it as a response. I think, yeah. Any questions before we proceed? All right. Have you guys any like, how many of you have interviewed for system design rounds? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So now once we have clear requirements narrowed down, back of the envelope calculations are important because the systems are scalable systems, right? But you still want to understand what is it the scale that we are looking at. You'll be surprised that, for example, system like Netflix, your back of the envelope calculation is important because it's a planet scale system. Tiny URL, for example, may not even need so many resources, but the intention is to just showcase the interviewer that you can do these back of the envelope calculation. There's no way you can get to an accurate estimate. That's not the intention. The intention is that you can do the calculations. Does that make sense? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the question I have is, I used to do a long time ago. I'm 67. A long time ago, I was working as an engineer in construction, and the owner, who used to work in Honeywell, ran a huge company and large staff, but he started his own independent company, and he brought me into this his room, and he said, "I'd like you to do the control sequences for all the butane lighters," and the first factory that brought butane lighters into the United States from Japan, and certain things have to happen along the assembly line, and I said, "Well, how do I do that?" He said, "With a relay." I go, "What the hell's a relay?" And so once he explained, it's an on and off switch, which is exactly what are computers? Relays, right? And so I figured out all the things that could happen on that way, and I made the relays redundant and perfectly to the queue when the Japanese manufacturer, they had factories and they had the relay design back in Japan, and you know how Japan engineering is, right? Very good. They came over, they looked at my design, and they go, wow, that's pretty good. You have redundancy, less relays to break, less. How does that apply to code? In other words, you write code that's not lines and lines and lines, but very concise and does it. Does that carry any weight in the interview?
I hope I understood your question. So what you're trying to understand is, like, in an interview, you want to showcase your detail oriented and
Let's say you could write, this much code, or somebody else could write this much code.
yeah, yeah. So, yeah, great question. So back of the envelope calculation is to calculate how many resources you are going to need, right? And in this case, resource could be money, like how much compute you need, how much CPU you need, how much memory you need, how much storage you need. So yeah, makes sense. All right, yeah. Once you have this back of the envelope calculations, go for a high level design. Make sure that you draw the boxes. I can show you a tool. Just give me a few minutes. Get familiar with the whiteboards, right? The online whiteboards. I know meetings are happening, like interviews are happening virtually now. I wish they were in person. In person, I feel whiteboard is much better, but get familiar with virtual, at least one of the virtual board softwares. I use SCaLE Draw. It's a good tool. So yeah. Coming to data models, make sure that whatever the database model that you are proposing, SQL, NoSQL, schemas, the relations, you clearly state what are the primary keys, what are the foreign keys. The data model has to be solid and clear. It doesn't matter if it doesn't solve all the problems. It has to only solve the problems that were provided to you as a requirement in this interview. Okay, just this much. And of course, here's the thing that I learned over the years. Every solution has their pros and cons. There's nothing like a perfect solution. So wherever you propose a solution, immediately, proactively, explicitly tell them these are the pros and these are the cons, or these are the downsides of using this. Okay, as soon as they because that's another signal, right? Interviewer wants to see you that you weigh in on all the options and this is the solution that you came up with. That's the signal that you want to provide. That's it. As soon as you do that and their checkbox gets ticked, they can move on to the next signal. Yeah.
A lot of people get jobs by starting a company and getting acquired by a company, right? I see a real huge opportunity in the two hottest things, Bitcoin or blockchain and AI. They're both using a whole lot of energy. You got blockchain doing needless calculations in order to contribute to the ledger. Why not have the AI calculations being done for the blockchain, parse it out, so now you use half the energy that you would be using before. The calculations are given cycles to the blockchain for the AI, and then, you know what I'm saying? So you're covering the energy bottleneck that's we're going to build, nuclear power plants for these damn things. So if somebody comes up with a way of cycling in the AI into the blockchain, we take care of that big, huge problem. And that's I'm not going to work on that project. Whoever's, open to that, I can talk to them about it.
All right, thank you.
I've had two experiences going in as a senior. where I ended up at a physical whiteboard with the hiring manager, and we kind of had, high availability and load balancing, and I just started sketching out. I didn't actually have hands-on experience actually building any of that, but I knew the concepts, and he very much appreciated that that would be in the back of my mind whenever I'm building anything, that I'm thinking about the scalability and the failover reliability and those things that the rest of his team doesn't want to have something thrust at them that doesn't work in that fashion. The other one, I got past the first coding interview somehow. Maybe it was an online thing or something, but I got to the second interview and it was system design. It's supposed to be half system design and half coding. We went overtime on the system design, so I kind of lucked out on the coding part. But at the senior level especially, be sure not to skimp on prepping for the cloud level, high availability, scalable, auto-scaling, load balancing, those kinds of things are going to be very important these days, especially as they're going to realize that when it comes to the coding, you're probably going to have AI do it anyway in a year from now.
Thank you. Thank you. And to add to that one more point, I mean, we haven't worked on all the components that we are going to talk about in the interview. For example, I've never seen a load balancer, how it's configured. I have no idea how the load balancer is implemented, for example, right? But you should still know how each component at a very high level works. For example, queues. I've never used queues practically, but I should know what the queue is, how the distributed nature of the queue works, what are the downsides, what are some of the offerings. It's okay if you don't know a specific software, for example, how Kafka works versus maybe RabbitMQ works. Nobody is interested in that, but you should know the concept, the queue concept, right?
I was reading an article on System Design Interview the other day, and it actually said you should avoid naming a specific brand or product like Kafka. Just say, I'm going to throw a distributed queue here. Because if you choose a product, you then have to defend why that and not the 12 other things you might have chosen.
That's a great point. Yeah.
So to piggyback off the previous gentleman's, answer, so how do we determine if the tools that we're using for the specific interview is, different from, let's say, the other competitors, the differences between cloud providers and the employer looking for specific technologies?
So that's what he's saying, right? You shouldn't name a product or a software. You should talk about the technology. So you won't get into that discussion, right? So you completely avoid that discussion where a specific software is discussed. You discuss the technology. Make sense?
But what if they ask you about the main differences between, or the small differences to the main differences between, let's say,
Kafka and a good interviewer won't probably, anyways, but I don't know how to answer that one. Sorry.
I've actually been fortunate enough to interview at Microsoft, and I've had an interview at Amazon. Amazon occasionally actually has reached out multiple times. During the interview process, they actually stress, don't go to a code. Keep it flowcharty, keep it very universal. I've also been very fortunate enough from a cloud standpoint, going into your conversation, sorry not to add to it, but also been, the more things change, the more they stay the same. So it's just as a reminder of someone who's been there, it's keep it generic and be very talkative, because sometimes you'll mention something that no one else has mentioned, and they will actually give you, I don't want to say bonus points, but it becomes an interesting way down another rabbit hole. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so one other point I want to again highlight is you may not have worked on these systems, but you should definitely know the theoretical knowledge behind every technology. For example, I worked at Box, Google almost like a planet scale storage, but I didn't work on the entire storage as a software. I was probably looking at one aspect of that entire huge planet scale system. But at least I know the end-to-end architecture. I looked into various components at an abstract level so that I can talk about it. Okay. All right. Let me quickly, because I think we to prepare. Let me quickly get to the preparation part. I think that's more important. Coding question. How, like, now we know what the interviewer is looking for. Now, how do you prepare for it, right? You have some time and you want to prepare for coding, system design, behavioral. I have some suggestions. See if those work for you. For coding questions, LeetCode is a great resource. There are popular LeetCode questions. Try and solve them. Don't try to solve hard problems at all. Nobody asks them. Nobody's interested in you trying to struggle to solve a hard problem. Focus on just easy problems. And once you are very comfortable with easy problems, then slowly move on to the medium problems. Even in that, just focus on the popular problems. Those are popular for a reason. If there is popular blind 75 list, there are various lists. They are curated because those cover a good problems. So yeah.
It just occurred to me, do the companies, obviously they know these lists, these suggestions, do they work around it or do they don't care? That's exactly what they wanted. Is that what they want you to be prepared on?
Okay. So some companies have, I'll talk about it very briefly about that. Yeah. Let me finish this one. So once you have that popular questions and you start solving them, you will start realizing there are patterns to it. So all the coding problems probably can be bucketized into like 8, 9, 10-ish patterns. So you'll still start looking at the problem and identify that, hey, this problem probably can be solved with 2-pointer method or a linked list or a tree, or this is a graph problem. You'll start visualizing these patterns. That's very important. What I do is I literally have a sheet of those popular blind 75 problems. I put them in a sheet. Okay. I pick one problem. If this is a brand new problem that I've never seen in the past, I just read the problem, understand the problem, literally look at the solution immediately and type it out. Okay, and try and submit it. I literally just copy paste the solution, submit it, understand the solution, how the most optimal solution is implemented, and put it in my review list. And exactly 1 week later, and I try to solve it myself by recalling what was there a solution a week ago. And if I do this couple of times, you will start realizing that you are now able to identify the patterns and solve similar problems. Does that make sense?
This is kind of going back to what you had discussed with the interviewer maybe not knowing the language they're even interviewing you in. Should you always attempt this technical interview in the language that you're applying for, or can you go to your bread and butter, best language you know, and apply that? Okay.
I would highly recommend, if whatever language you are most comfortable in, just I mean, there'll be language specific job specification. In that case, then you'll have to implement that. For example, I interviewed with NVIDIA where they were exactly looking for C++. I had no choice but to interview in C++. But at least FAANGs, when they are hiring as a generalist engineer, they don't care which language you interview in. But yeah. Thank you. Yeah, just quickly let me finish the system design because we are almost at the time. For system design, I know it's a harder. It's not. There's no fixed set of questions to prepare. It's the things are the endless data that is available for you to read. I tend to use these resources. I've used benefited from these. I'll highly recommend this book, Designing Data Intensive Application. It's a little lengthy book. It's boring. It's not interview specific preparation book, but it's a really good resource in trying to understand distributed systems, scales. At least I'll recommend at least first 4 chapters. Read about read these 4 chapters to get your fundamentals clear. There's a bunch of other online resources which are interview specific. There's knowledge and then there is interview thing. So there is Hello Interview, there's System Design Primer. Many of the companies have their blogs, videos posted on how their technical architecture look like. If you have time, I'll highly recommend watching those videos. Especially Netflix has a really good video series going on. Yeah, and for system design, the biggest like the most important tip that I can provide you is take as many mocks as you want. Like take mocks as much as possible. There are platforms where you can get free interviews. You interview someone, they'll interview you. It gives you a practice, and it gives you a practice to time box your answers. Yeah, it tests out your framework. You learn by looking at how others are interviewed. Okay, this is the biggest thing that helped me in clearing, like preparing for system design. Yeah, get comfortable with online whiteboards like SCaLE Draw. There are I want to quickly talk about my experiences. If you are interested, I don't know. You guys okay with? Yeah. Okay. So I did interview with almost all FAANG companies. I got offers from almost every one of them except Meta. Yeah, I'll share my experience. You'll have your own experience, but maybe something to learn from. For Meta, to answer your question, it's super predictable interviews. They in fact have very popular questions. If you go on LeetCode, sort by meta tagged questions and look at top maybe 100 questions, let's even 60 questions. If you do 2 questions every day within a month, you'll most likely be clearing the Meta's coding interviews. Okay, super predictable. I mean, of course, there is a luck factor if you get asked any question that is outside of it. I mean, yeah. And they'll ask 2 questions. That's the thing for Meta interviews. They are not looking for how you think and everything. They just want the final answer, clean code, and speed. They're looking for speed. So they'll ask, your 40-minute interview will be split into 20-20. In 20 minutes, you are supposed to solve one medium or easy question. Okay. As soon as you get to that speed, you probably are ready for Meta interviews. For system design, yeah, mock. Do practice. Reach out to folks, mentors, or even colleagues. Behavioral, I think the more the senior you are, behavioral interviews are more important. For entry level, senior engineer, I think coding is more important. Mid-level, system design probably is more important. And for more senior folks like maybe directors and all those things, I think behavioral interviews are more important. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't. Give me one. Yeah. Google. My experience with Google, and I did end up joining Google. Their take is probably opposite of Meta's take. They actually, if a question becomes popular, they put it in a ban list. You'll most likely not see a known problem in an interview. Coding, I'm talking about coding. What I okay, here's my observation. Take it with a pinch of salt. These are usually real life scenarios. You're taking a flight from somewhere to somewhere. It they'll 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 model the interview question as a real life scenario. It's your job to map it to correct data structures and algorithms. That's the Google style, and it's not a general thing. This is my observation. All the coding questions that were asked to me were like this. Okay, most likely graph problems. They Google somehow loves graph problems. Yeah, system design. Talk about SCaLE. Their behavioral rounds are called googliness, but it's just another name for their behavioral rounds. Okay. I know there's just 1 minute left, but yeah. Amazon, the only distinguishing factor from other two is Amazon heavily relies on their leadership principles. Every interview, whether it's coding, system design, they'll have one behavioral question in the just before the interview. So be ready for those. Okay. Apple, Netflix, Microsoft. What I've struggled with Netflix getting an interview call is they need a strong referral. Unless you have somebody within the company who is going to talk good things about you, getting an interview at Netflix, at least I found it very difficult. Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia are hiring team specific. So you can actually interview with multiple teams at the same time. And even if you fail in one of the interviews, you can immediately apply to another teams. So they don't hire across the company. Okay, and yeah, what I noticed was sometimes some of the interview rounds have language specific rounds. For example, I told you, right? Nvidia wanted me to interview on C++. Yeah, there's no block period even if you fail one of the interviews. Yeah, Meta, I think 1 year. Google, I think around that time. But it's again case by case. Yeah. Yeah. Some tips. Understand this is a numbers game. Throw a wider net. Don't get fixated on certain companies. Consider stepping stone roles. I know the market is bad, so probably throwing a wider note would have better chance for you to land somewhere. And yeah, so I want to highlight on discouraging on rejection. I know rejection is very hard. I mean, at least for me, next 2-3 days are horrible. But what I've learned is it's not you, it's the market right now. 3-4 years ago, I had like 5-6 offers in my hand before I joined Google. Things are different now. And politely ask for a feedback. Many recruiters won't share feedback, but see if they can provide any feedback. That's an opportunity for you to maybe improve a little bit. But yeah. One thing I do just before the interview is take just a walk to clear your mind. I know people tend to get nervous. I completely freeze, but taking a walk just before the interview really helps me. I do some breathing exercises as well. I don't know if you are into that, but yeah, that really helped me. Yeah, behavioral. I quickly want to talk about behavioral. These are the signals that they are looking for. How do you handle resolving conflicts? How you are prioritizing your ambiguity. So this one, I'll quickly share a tip. So you read about it later on. What I do is I maintain a sheet, Google Sheet, where I have 4 columns, which has star in it. It's like STAR. And from my career, I have like 5 to 6 examples. I put them into situation, tasks, actions, and results. And of course, I'm using ChatGPT to polish it. And in an interview, if it is a virtual interview, I let interviewer know that, hey, once they ask you a question, right? Hey, I'm going to refer to my notes, and I read it from there. Okay, honestly, you'll feel a difference. Your answer sounds very polished after that because you are literally reading from a polished answer. I know it's not a very interview way, but that's what it is. What else? Yeah, it's better, right? I mean,
They're asking for examples from your past.
yes. So yeah. That's I didn't find anyone objecting, so I wanted to share with you that yeah. Okay. All right. I have the QR code if you want. I'll be sending the presentation. Any question last minute? Is this our time for question answers, or do we know? We are already on. Okay. Yeah.
All right, let's give it up for Winnet Datrak.
Thank you.
A couple of takeaways. I got logic over syntax. That was really cool. There is no perfect solution. Show the pros and cons. And even if you think you know, don't jump to solve the problem.
Yes.
Understand it first.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah, and even if you understand the problem, pretend you don't understand it.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
Play dumb a little.
Play down. Play the game. I'm telling you, you just have to play the game for 40 minutes. That's it.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
All right, wow, what an incredible day as we wrap up Open Source Career Day 2025. I just want to take a moment to give some thanks. First off, huge thank you to our speakers, Mary, Amy, Krista, Jensen, Adriana, and Winnet. All of them shared their time, their insights, and their expertise. From resume tips to cracking tech interviews, they gave us valuable tools to take our careers to the next level. Next, I'd like to thank the SCaLE team, the AV team, staff, and volunteers. We couldn't have done it without you. And of course, none of this would have been possible without the hard work of all our OSCD volunteers. Bryna, Adam, Chris, John, Amy, Derek, Janie, Donna, Hafsa, and myself, Alex. Thank you, everyone. We hope to see you at future events, whether it's here at Open Source Career Day SCaLE or somewhere else in the open source community. Keep building, keep collaborating, and keep pushing the boundaries of what's possible. Thank you all.